I started at Bethesda right as Arena came out, and when I first played it, I was thinking, sweet, this is a really nice dungeon hack game. The game starts you in a dungeon where you spend your first few levels, and then I got out into the wilderness and I was like, you have to be kidding me. I can go anywhere, do anything? This rules. I came across a river, walked along it, found a boat, sailed it to a small island where I found a crypt, went in, killed skeletons, and found a great magical item. It was that single small experience that hooked me. Todd Howard, 2004. The first Elder Scrolls, a game forgotten to time by many. With Daggerfall having a second wind in the last couple of years, finding new fans amongst those who joined the series at a later point, is it time for the first game to have its chance at redemption? Over the next few hours, I'll be trying to answer that very question by deconstructing and analysing everything this game has to offer, from its tumultuous development to its gargantuan game world. This is the complete retrospective and analysis of The Elder Scrolls 1 Arena.
Jwlar.
Arena is the next generation in computer role-playing gaming entertainment. This may just sound like posturing from a naive team hoping to sell their new game, and in some regards that would be right. But to first understand Arena as a game, and to how it came to be, we must first put ourselves into the RPG climate of the time, the early 1990s.
Feeling brave tonight? How brave?
I got the heart and smarts to play the part. Down with Zelda.
Go ahead, make your move. Jump into the magic whirlpool. Turn the whole kingdom upside down.
You hear a laughing sound not too far away.
Does my elven lord tell me anything?
It's a three-dimensional adventure. Your quest, the idol's jewel.
Coward, I'll go first.
To this den of evil where we will bind to raptors and drive a stake in his heart.
Before computer RPGs, there were the original role-playing games, Dungeons & Dragons being the most famous example, but by the time Bethesda had had a few titles under their belt in 1991, there was a vast array of these tabletop games to choose from, and the video games they had inspired, from the classic top-down series of Ultima to the first-person adventures of Wizardry. Much like their inspirations, these games were full of intricate systems built upon formulas and dice rolls. Random number generation was a necessity of the genre, instilled into the 90s CRPG fans. Let's start from the very beginning, in the office of a small gaming developer based in Rockville? Close enough, I guess. The story goes that Tamriel itself began as an in-house game of D&D amongst various Bethesda staff, or so the company said during Arena's 10th anniversary celebration. The truth is a little more nuanced. Interviews with Julian LaFay, lead programmer on Arena, have revealed that while TTRPGs were indeed played at Bethesda, the world of Tamriel itself was not used. Instead, elements of their tabletop games found their way into Tamriel as they were designed in the world separately. Indeed, both Ted Peterson and LaFay confirmed that working conditions and crunch time at Bethesda didn't allow much time for group gaming during Arena's development. Tamriel and its provinces were instead created as a huge map drawn across a large roll of paper. Designers and other members of staff were encouraged to come over and place down a location at their own discretion, like a birthday card, adding in towns, cities, seas and countries, leading to many names that are direct references to other fantasy works. Peterson remarked that a lot of the Tamriel locations were inspired by various classic works of fantasy, like King Arthur and other Old English tales. The most obvious example being the Somerset Isles, based on Somerset, England. He said in retrospect that he shudders at some of the placeholder names that were left in the design and that still exist within the Elder Scrolls to this day. While many liberties have been taken with Tamriel through the 5 mainline titles, for the most part, the map has remained unchanged to what was originally drawn up in that office. Being far from the first CRPG, Arena did not of course take all of its inspiration purely from pen and paper games. It didn't even start as an RPG to be exact. Just as with my Daggerfall video, a lot of the groundwork for my research was already done by Morris Ernst Jacob. While I have gone deeper and wider than his retrospective on the game, his essay was a fundamental basis to my own findings. Our story begins with a few young programmers working under Chris Weaver, founder of Bethesda Softworks. The average age of the Bethesda team at the time was barely 25, all very young and extremely motivated creatives. LaFay himself flew to America from his home country of Denmark to become a game programmer, stating that he was only ever interested in creating games. LaFay worked on most early titles at Bethesda, from the sports games that the company found the majority of its early success to the Terminator games, which LaFay described as a huge learning experience for him. He was floundering when he set out to make these sci-fi first-person shooters, learning on the job how to accomplish such a task. He attributes this time to his realization that games need more than just programmers. They also need a clear design. LaFay subsequently hired Vijay Lakshman as a game designer. With such a young team, high ambition and overzealousness were a given. Following the generally positive reviews and decent sales of both Terminator games, and Lakshman and LaFay bonding over their love for fantasy and role-playing, the two started brainstorming for what would become Arena. The duo proposed their fantasy RPG idea to Chris Reaver, who shot it down, stating that the market was too saturated and that Bethesda was a nobody in that genre. He was right, they were mostly known for their sports games. Going back to the drawing board, the concept was reworked into an action-based gladiator game set in a fictional world, where the player could control a team of 4 combatants fighting in various arenas, eventually being proclaimed the Grand Champions. Weaver greenlighted this reworked concept, and development began in late 1991. Ted Peterson wrote that when he first joined Bethesda, Arena was on the back burner while they developed a 3D engine for it. Nowadays they could build on an engine like Unreal or Unity, but if you wanted working technology back then, you had to build it yourself. For months, Arena languished, more an idea than an actual game. This engine was an evolution of the 3D raycasting system LaFay had developed for Terminator 2029. Modders have decompiled Arena's source code to find that the majority of it is written primarily in assembly. Writing the code this way was incredibly efficient, but can become more and more unwieldy when trying to work with complex 3D texture mapping and the like, which explains why this hodgepodge engine was later abandoned in favour of writing a completely new one for Daggerfall. Lakshman described Bethesda Softworks at the time as small, with about 12 people, 6 programmers, 2 designers and 4 artists, with people coming and going on a part-time basis just to help out with specific projects. The designs and ideas behind Arena were constantly changing throughout development. Peterson was tasked with writing flavor text for each of the cities the player's team of gladiators could visit. These original city intros can still be found in the game files, among other artifacts of the original vision. Some standout cities are Dune and Blacklight. Dune stands forever. Challenge if you dare, for we are the Blades, and we will defeat any who come to our door. Blacklight holds the northern tip of Morrowind, and to the east is Dagoth in all its fiery glory. As you can see, concepts like the Blades and Dagoth, while existing only in name at this point, had already been introduced to the series at such an early time, a time before this game was even an RPG. Interestingly, these original city descriptions show that every city had a gladiator team waiting for you to challenge them. The same principle was later planned for Oblivion, with an arena to be in every city, and just like here, that idea was discarded during the development of the game. As the team's ambitions grew, so did the number of role-playing elements. Players could walk around the towns, visit inns and stores to stay and shop at, and take side quests and go to dungeons for them to practice their skills in. Soon enough, the importance of the tournaments that the game was first conceived around became less and less of a priority. The side quests, as with the town descriptions, were delegated to Ted Peterson. While the designs and tech were still being constructed, I began diving into creating what we called side quests. Even though most of the gameplay was meant to be taking place in the arenas, the idea was that you could earn extra gold and experience by doing missions for the various royals in the provinces. They were randomly created following basic formulas. Go to this dungeon and kill this monster for this amount of gold. Escort this person to this location for this amount of gold. Find this item in this dungeon, and so on. I churned out text to give these quests a little flavour, which sometimes had specific antagonists who would try to stop you. They were fellow gladiators you'd also face off against in the arenas, and they had evocative names like the Dark Brotherhood, the Thieves Guild, the Mages Guild, and the Underking. There was no particular backstory to any of them, just a suggestion of what kind of encounters you might expect when you faced them. It was these side quests that gave the team the direction they needed. In playtesting, we found that arena combat wasn't popular, but people seem to love the side quests. In yet another design pivot, we decided to make the game all about these missions, and alter the story so the arenas weren't arenas anymore, but legendary dungeons hidden throughout the Empire. Just like that, Arena, the gladiator action game, was dead, and Arena, the team-based first-person role-playing game, was born. Something that would more closely rival titans of the CRPG industry at the time, New World Computing's Might and Magic and Surtech's Wizardry. The latter who quite infamously laughed at Peterson when he told them that Bethesda, the guys who made sports games and mediocre movie tie-in shooters, was going to try its hand at an RPG. This isn't as condescending as the story may seem though. Peterson has made it clear that it wasn't a laugh of superiority, but more of a friendly laugh at the naivety of the young team. Surtech would know better than anyone the pitfalls of creating complex CRPGs with 1990s computer technology, and here were some guys who wanted to do it with none of that experience. Surtech were the wise veterans trying to calm down the overambitious and excitable new recruits. And excitable they were indeed. LaFay had some big ambitions now that Arena was an RPG. He explained how he wanted to add a lot of what he enjoyed from tabletop RPGs. The leveling systems, combat systems, to hit armor class 0 systems, and so on. A common saying from fans and devs at the time was that
the best computer role-playing game you're ever going to play is about as good as the worst pen and paper. That shouldn't be so. What is it about a dungeon master and playing pen and paper that works? That doesn't work in computers.
His goal was to identify what it was about being a dungeon master in a tabletop game that didn't translate into a video game, concluding that the game needs to be able to adapt and incorporate what you have done previously into the gameplay ahead of you, so that you are building your own story, you are forging your path. This is the idea that the quest system and the structure of the world grew out of. He wanted to make a dungeon master in your computer. They didn't just want to take what others had already made and make it better, but instead try to create a game that was unlike anything else. They didn't achieve this with Arena, however. The game was more limited than they originally hoped, but they did get closer to that philosophy with Daggerfall, and it was the main driving force behind that game. In a December 1993 issue of Computer Gaming World, editor-in-chief Johnny L. Wilson described how the side quests were randomized, creating a computer-controlled dungeon master. While technically true, his description in particular gives the system more credit than it deserved. He states that the quests remind him of Wasteland, with multiple ways of approaching them, and mentions that factions can help or hinder you on your quests. This holds more true for the sequel than in Arena. While the gameplay didn't reach their ambitions with Arena, they were still pushing the limits, but for graphics for the time instead. In 1992, Ultima Underworld was released. It was a crushing blow to the team, and LaFay in particular. He knew he couldn't match the 3D engine they had created in time for a holiday release in 1993. So he focused on improving the graphics elsewhere, lighting effects, weather, dynamic puddles with reflections, magical spells that react with the environment, and a 3D game that spanned the entire screen, not just a portal. While LaFay didn't try to take much influence from rival games when it comes to his programming, the design team took a different approach, using the Ultima games, especially Ultima Underworld 1 and 2, and other RPGs as inspiration. Peterson recalls a game called Legends of Valor that got pitiful reviews and didn't sell well, but stood out to him for its freeform nature of gameplay, allowing the player to have complete control over their journey as they explored its large single city, a clear influence on the cities of Arena and Daggerfall. When Peterson joined Bethesda, Lakshman and LaFay already had this action game concept for Arena, but based on how they interviewed Peterson, it seems clear that they had planned to push it closer to its final RPG destination. During his interview, he was asked if he knew what a beholder was, along with other various D&D terminology. Indeed, the team were even said to have turned away prospective interviewees if they weren't aware of D&D and RPG intricacies. Peterson reiterated that this didn't apply as much to the programmers, who were often chosen based on who was the cheapest to hire. Such is the way of small companies, sadly. He had a funny story where one of the programmers who wasn't so in the know of medieval/gaming terminology had accidentally input an inventory item as a Long's word. There were two markets in particular that Bethesda aimed at during the 90s, one of course being their home market of the USA, and the other being France. A French gaming company was able to get access to marketing screenshots of Arena from a far earlier build than any other publications. From this article, we can learn more about the brief period of time in which Arena was a team-based RPG. The article states, "Fighting alone is boring. The players should be supported by a team of other characters." While this method of play was eventually removed, there are still references to it in the final release. Strings of code within the EXE refer to Team Leader or Team Member 2. Screenshots from that French magazine showcase an early iteration of the UI. We see the Crystal Tower, but the artwork is different from the final release, including live dragons flying around, which were later removed. A second screenshot shows that the bulky interface could be minimized. Notice also the extra icons that don't appear in the final game. A shield, some kind of team character sheet, and dialogue buttons. Journalist David Pipes described the team-based system after seeing a preview from Bethesda in 1993. It is a first-person perspective role-playing game, again with very good graphics and sound, and a party to accompany the player. Players will control multiple characters in combat in real time. They will be able to plan tactical actions and instruct the others to follow through, then watch it happen as they fight. That December 1993 issue of CGW mentions the party mechanic AI only 3 months before release, meaning that this was removed very late in development and could have even contributed to the game missing its original Christmas release date. Although there is a discrepancy between the article and the images it uses. They don't show a party, so it may be that the information the author was working with was outdated compared to the screenshots supplied to the publication. Speaking on the removal of this system, Peterson said that it was originally carried over from the Gladiator version of the game, but it was too cumbersome and didn't make sense for their new RPG idea, so they compressed it down to a single player, single role, as they felt that the micromanagement hurt the immersive experience they were trying to craft. Honestly, the more I find out doing my research, it's a miracle that The Elder Scrolls as we know it existed at all. Had Arena been any of the other possible games that it was in its early stages, the series could have been entirely different, or never had succeeded enough to continue at all. Briefly, they even planned on making Arena an online multiplayer game, but it was far too complicated for the early and slow internet at the time. Lachman gave an interview with Powerplay in 1994 where he revealed a list of features that they had to scrap. "We wanted to create a real arena where players can fight against NPCs and win golden prizes. We also wanted to include the option of playing via network and having a party with bargaining, hiring, firing, etc. Of course, we couldn't integrate all of this." Peterson also verified this. Originally, teams of 4 would join up to battle in the arenas, but early on, the technology to connect your game to others wasn't good enough, so it had to be dropped. To drum up hype, Bethesda would send a series of early alpha and beta screenshots to various publications. These June 1993 images show an even earlier version of the UI, using quickly drawn placeholder icons. The character names aren't displayed, and sometimes neither are the characters. Again, we have the Crystal Tower from the Somerset Isles, but here the later removed dragons can be seen spitting fire. The second screenshot shows what appears to be a hideout for the party, the third being some sort of treasure room, then a comfy looking tavern, and finally what seems to be a kind of evil or dark temple. All of these early screenshots are using digitized versions of real art. It seems that early on it was intended to use these digitized screens for the building interiors, similar to some other games from the time. Although they had dropped all arena combat, as the marketing and box art had already been designed, the original premise behind the marketing called for a fantasy action game about fighting in a coliseum, with an audience being male RPG enthusiasts. Hence these decisions. Such artwork is time-consuming and costly to recreate, usually being hand-drawn and airbrushed given the time period. Digital art software was available, which allowed for faster and cheaper editing, but it was less than ideal for creating such intricate artwork itself, especially by artists who were trained in and better skilled with more classic methods. And so the game went to market with a cover that doesn't have much relation to the game held within. There were a whole lot of cancelled features, and seeing as Arena went through the process of being 3 entirely different games, this project had more than its fair share. Starting with this hand graphic which was extracted from the full game but isn't used. It looks like it was used when casting spells but was possibly removed so the player could cast a spell while having their weapon out. There are also graphics for shields being used in combat. In the final game, shields act as an additional piece of armor for those who can equip them, rather than physical items that can be used to block or hit, like in Skyrim. In the CD version of Arena, there is an unused automap feature, but this may have just been for debugging. Either way, it looks similar to the automap used in Terminator Rampage, which was built on the same engine. Comparing some of the earlier screenshots to the final version, it seems that the graphical quality was actually better in the earlier builds, with graphics in a higher resolution and with full use of the 256 color palette. Most noticeable on the heads-up display. The game was pushing graphical capabilities at the time, especially with its refusal to use the limiting view boxes that other titles had confined themselves to, so these changes were probably for optimization. Originally, there seemed to be more influence from D&D too, with the inclusion of a beholder. Alongside this early promo screenshot, the enemy is also mentioned in the .inf files of the retail release, indicating that this one may have been another late removal during development. Nudity also appears to have been planned, with this hidden image being covered in-game, which is funny considering that nudity is included in the games with these box arts, but not the one with this. French magazines seem to be the ones that got all of the coolest early shots for Arena, this one containing what looks to be Lord Bell or another similar demon from D&D. And here we see an early version of a Lich. Notice how these screenshots don't have any UI either, possibly just because one hadn't been implemented yet, but it would have been cool if they were playing around with a full screen view mode, like the one Daggerfall would later include. One cut feature in particular literally transformed the layout of Tamriel forever, even after the developers tried to retcon this change in Daggerfall. In this preview screenshot of Morrowind Province, we can see that this fast travel screen featured a fourth button that the retail version is missing. We don't know what this button was for, but we do know what its inclusion changed. When looking at the preview screenshot of the map of Tamriel, you can see that Daggerfall City is located on the Iliac Bay, just as it is in the second game. But looking at the retail version, the city has moved further west. Why did it move? Because of that additional button. It would have covered the entire city. The correct location on the Iliac Bay was used in Daggerfall, but as Oblivion's Collector's Edition Codex maps were designed using Arena as reference, Bethesda accidentally re-retconned the city into this position, which was then carried through into Elder Scrolls Online, resulting in the game which is named after the city to be the only game with its original location. Joystick Magazine's September 1993's article on Arena includes a rare picture. We can see credited artist Jerry Perryman using models to create 2D photography of a 3D scene. The little studio for photoshoots was set up in the office basement, with the in-game animations being shot in stop motion down there. The models used in this photo were from his and lead artist Kenneth Mayfield's Warhammer collections. He and Ken were collectors of miniatures, and you can find references to these every now and then in-game, such as the DIE shield, which was from Mayfield's personal collection and whose artwork was drawn by him. A rough translation of the French article states, to achieve the graphics of the Elder Scrolls Arena, Bethesda Softworks uses, among other techniques, scale models. Cities, landscapes, and certain scenes are reconstructed and then photographed before being transferred to a computer. Graphic designers can then have fun reworking the result. These 3D photographs aren't seen anywhere in the final release, but they may have helped the artist when it came to working with perspective in a 3D space, something that the team had only worked on with 2 games previously to varying results. And to varying results in Arena 2. From what I remember, there aren't any 12-foot tall human races in the Elder Scrolls. The sexualization of Arena is no secret. It's the first thing you see when you're shown the box art. This was pretty common in the early days of fantasy board games and video games, but by 1994 this was still seen as pretty cheesy by critics. In January 1993, nobody was talking about Arena, and there weren't any magazines that gave a direct hint to the game. However, in an article in CGW covering Bethesda Softworks as a studio, you can see lead artist Ken Mayfield drawing a suspicious artwork. A woman dressed like a gladiatrix. Since Bethesda was only publicly working on Delta V and Terminator at the time, this art can only belong to Arena. The topic of scantily clad women doesn't end with the cover either. We know that prostitutes were originally planned for Daggerfall, and a screenshot from May 1993 indicates that the same may have been true for Arena as well. Another screenshot displays a slave market featuring a mostly nude slave girl, and the first screenshot revealing the character sheet uses a female wood elf known as Johanna, looking more like an 80s hair metal singer than a sorcerer. A great deal of the concept artwork was painted by David Lee Anderson. His work was mostly used for building interiors and the pre-dungeon introductions. His concept can be seen as the background imagery on the pages of the official strategy guide. I couldn't confirm this, but I believe that Anderson was the artist behind the cover art, as it visually feels very similar to some of the images displayed on his website. Computer Gaming World used the cover for one of their publications, but they attributed the artwork to David Meanham, who isn't credited on Arena at all. You probably already know this, but the US cover art was referenced in Oblivion's Imperial City Arena, missing the suggestive themes that is. The French version of Arena used a completely different and honestly more appropriate cover by artist Sandrine Guestin. This fits a lot more with the action RPG that players ended up playing. Speaking of ports, the French version wasn't the only official non-English version of the game, despite only the boxing manual being actually translated. This Korean version was published by SKC Softland, a typical Korean publisher in the 90s. Over in Japan, a Sega Saturn magazine has brief mentions of a Saturn port being made by SoftBank, which was seemingly cancelled early on. Now, I can only read this using Google Translate, so excuse how broken it is, but these appear to be promotional articles based on rumours or leaks of information out of SoftBank. This article mentions that Arena could be SoftBank's first Saturn game, and then describes Arena with a few embellishments, such as the game being a hit in America. Likewise, the copyright was attributed to Bethesda, so this page isn't very reputable. I do like this anime version of the front cover though, much more appropriate for the series. It was vital that Arena made a name for itself and built up hype for its release, and while it was all for naught with initial sales being poor, it wasn't for lack of trying. As we've already seen, there were multiple preview articles in magazines. CGW met with Bethesda at their small booth during the 1993 Summer Consumer Electronics Show. They mentioned how, on the show floor, crowds were assembled around the large screen, displaying the Elder Scrolls Chapter 1, The Arena. Gamers haven't heard much about Bethesda Softworks in recent days, but they are pushing 3D technology. The best news about the Arena for role players is that the attention to character generation and story may be the most careful design work since Ro Adams consulted with Lord British on Ultima 4. Character generation is story based. Gamers read a case study and react to the situation as they believe their character would react. Then detailed statistics are generated from the results of the quiz. To be honest, part of this was clearly false advertising from Bethesda, as Arena's story is nothing to write home about, but the appeal of the character creation stands out. While this question-based system isn't particularly seen as groundbreaking to the fans of the series, being used verbatim in the sequel and only being brought back again for Morrowind until being abandoned, it goes to show that some believed that these character story generating exercises added to the appeal of the role-playing. The main appeal at the time, as you can imagine, was the size of the game. They boast that it has over 2,500 magical items and the potential to mix and match them, as well as more than 400 adventuring locales to explore. These are hyperbole. There are lots of items, just not that many, and there are hundreds of locales, just not 400, nor are they really worth exploring. Joystick Magazine's preview article was much the same, applauding the game for its sheer size and the charm of its graphics, going as far as to say that the 3D environments put a powerful realism at the service of a rich and complete story. Truly, games have never looked so realistic. In late 1993, after the announcement of the delay, something unusual happened. The old screenshots were being updated without anyone noticing. These screenshots were meant to display Arena in the best light possible. The only problem was that the interface was entirely different from the release version. Rather than grab some new screenshots, they just took the old screens and copy-pasted the new interface onto them. These kind of fake screenshots are not uncommon, and you can equate them to the fake, or I guess embellished gameplay trailers of today. Here you can see that Michael Kirkbride created some for Morrowind too, with his concept art being a reference for a render of the final game that never really existed. By moving the release of Arena to the next year, something funny happened with the title screen of the game too. On the final release title screen, you can notice some subtle hidden black text at the bottom. By editing the image, we can see the original copyright text with the year 1993. What's strange about this is that it was seemingly deemed faster to paste new text on top rather than just edit the original. I can only guess that maybe the original file was lost. I've mentioned that they missed the holiday 1993 release date, and we already can guess the reasons. But what is bizarre is that it's hard to pinpoint an actual release date for the game at all. Wikipedia says March 25th, based on Bethesda announcing the 10th anniversary on that day, but they've already been proven to get this wrong before. As it's basically impossible to nail down the date stores started selling the physical game back then, we can thank internet piracy for the truth. There are many different versions of Arena that were cracked and released online by various groups and with different version numbers. Some even contain patches from before the 25th of March. It gets even more complicated when trying to discern what was a full release, just a demo, and somehow versions that aren't quite betas, but also aren't a full 1.0 release. First, we must lay the groundwork of the early internet. We're going back to a time where the Web Archive Wayback Machine is useless, because it didn't exist, but also because the internet was completely distinct to how we know it today. At the time, Bethesda had a few ways of communicating with fans, with the main one being their BBS, or Bulletin Board System. This is a lost form of interneting which was kind of similar to teletext. Users would dial into BBS and could read the latest news or download files and software. Gaming magazines used these to distribute trailers and promo shots for readers, and Bethesda would have done the same, hence how we have access to those 1993 promo slideshows. Bethesda released physical demos of Arena, or at least that is what we can ascertain from the .bat file supplied with a demo I found online. There are no pictures of these demo discs online, but this implies that there must have been one. The demo could also be downloaded online via those bulletin boards, as could the later released patches. So we know how the demo got out there, but that's just one disc worth of content, for a game that required 8. Yet somehow pirates got a hold of a full install before the official release date. We are about to embark on an adventure of illegal software activities and old school internet drama and rivalries. Razor 1911 is a Norwegian wares group founded in 1986 that still operates to this day. If you're unfamiliar with 90s internet vernacular, a wares group is a group that specializes in internet piracy. In February 1994, notably a month before the now accepted release date, Razor 1911 uploaded a cracked version of Arena. Included in the cracked files was a .nfo file calling out the rival wars group TRSI. Razor 1911 declared, "This is the final sales version of Arena, the very cool new Ultima Underworld looking game from Bethesda Softworks. About a week ago, TRSI put out an uncracked beta version of this game, so here is the final for all you guys that had problems with the beta." This was an especially bad luck for TRSI, as it was at the time seen as bad practice among wars groups to leak beta versions of games. So somehow TRSI got hold of a beta version of Arena, but how? Well, it turns out it may not have been a beta at all. As this is internet drama, it wasn't as simple as Razor 1911 was making it out to be. According to another rival group, Backlash, who released their own cracked version a few days later, the Razor 1911 release was just a duplication of the TRSI release, with their .nfo claiming that TRSI's was not a beta and that Razor 1911 had duped their full release crack. Even finding out this information was hard enough, as I have for the most part secondary and sometimes only tertiary sources to work with. The following information may not be true, but it's the best we have. In a forum discussion about Arena, Dofer was researching the oddities around the release dates. He says that the very first version of the game is a TRSI floppy rip which dated the 31st of January 1994, but this version was only available to download off BBS's after the 17th of February. How did TRSI have a full game rip before the apparent release date? At over 20 megabytes, Arena had to be sold on 8 floppy disks. Somehow, someone within TRSI must have had access to the physical copies before they hit store shelves. Or stores were selling the game much earlier than March 25th. Dofer goes on to say that Backlash released another version on the 15th of February, and Razor 1911 released their own version on the 24th of February. What's interesting about all these versions? The A.exe in all 3 releases have different sizes and version numbers. Were these crackers getting different versions of the game? Razor 1911 proudly mentioned that their version lacked some of the bugs from the so-called beta version that TRSI was using. Is it possible that last-minute changes to the game were being made as they were being sent out to distributors? Todd mentioned that the floppy disks were burned in-house at Bethesda.
We would burn them in the basement. We had the disk replicators.
So this may be a reason for the minor discrepancies between the versions. A known version, which Dofer claims was released in stores, was from the 2nd of March, which was already patched to 1.03, with a different size and version again from the cracked versions. If this is true, then we have a legitimate copy of the game 23 days before the official release date. Not to mention that the first known patch was on the 26th of February. Day 1 patches may be the case now, but it would be pretty weird for Bethesda to publicly release a patch a whole month before release. We can at least confirm that the game must have been out before or on the 26th of February. Even the 4th patch was released over 14 days before the anniversary date. The earliest known reviews of the game were in Joystick magazine in March 1994, so the game was also in the hands of reviewers before the official release date, although that is more common to be fair. With the 31st of January 1994 being stamped on the TRSI cracked version, we can only conclude that the game was released around that time. It is possible that they got a hold of an early copy through a distributor, but we will never know. With Bethesda releasing patches on the 26th of February, we know it must have been before then. Either way, it was definitely before the Wikipedia date. It seems most likely that by sometime in late January, Arena was out on store shelves and the pirates got their hands on it as fast as they could. Having missed the Christmas release window, whether by 1 month or 3 didn't matter. The game was launching at the worst possible time, and the initial sales reflected this.
It was one of Bethesda's worst-selling initial releases. Terminator: 2029 Operation: Scour sold better as an expansion pack than Arena did in initial sales.
We were sure we had screwed over the company and we'd go out of business. Fortunately, PC Gamer US reported in late 1995 that word of mouth did the trick. The game-starved RPG fans looked at Arena, loved it, and spread the word. Sales rocketed, awards and accolades rained down. Today, more than 18 months after publication, the game is still selling and still being played avidly. Arena had become a sleeper hit in the CRPG niche. I know I made this joke a ton in the Daggerfall video, heard game is buggy because Bethesda, but when every game in the series is buggy, you can't help but notice the consistency. Yes, Arena is buggy, but come on, most games with that tumultuous development with just 3 programmers and 2 beta testers would have had the exact same issue. It wasn't for a lack of trying to fix them with patches released every other week for months. That doesn't remove the fact that on release the game was a broken mess, and if you weren't savvy about patches, then you were stuck with a game that was at times unplayable. MFL? Insufficient bait. Oh, well, great. What's happened there is the game has crashed, and I haven't saved in a while. Yeah, nice. Surprisingly, or maybe not so, Bethesda's bugginess was almost a part of the culture. Once, Peterson wrote lore to explain a bug in Terminator 2029, where Julian LaFave jokingly approved of this quick fix, claiming that it's not a bug, but a feature. A joke you can see attached to many instances of Elder Scrolls glitches.
We had a bug in the game where, because of some collision issue, the Terminators would sometimes walk through walls. So we weren't sure if we were going to fix this before the game was published. So I threw into the manual a thing where I said, there are reports that Skynet has developed technology to allow Terminators to phase through solid material and be on the lookout for this. We shared this with Julian and he said, yep, now you're a real game designer. As soon as you've decided that this bug might be a feature and you figured out a way to work the lore around that.
A review from Computer Gaming World in early 1994, notably before many of the patches had been released, mentioned that they ran into a number of game-breaking bugs in the side quests. They were sometimes impossible to complete due to traveling taking longer than the time set to return to the quest giver. The software wasn't stable either, even after 3 patches in just the first 2 months. They tell the reader to make a habit to save as much as possible. To not do so is to only hurt yourself. which is actually true enough even without the bugs, to be honest. A month later, the same publication continued to call out Bethesda for the bugginess of the game after another 2 patches were released. They complained that there was a clear lack of playtesting and that the game was being released far too early, which was probably true. The devs didn't have much choice with the game having been already delayed. Further proof of Arena's rushed development can be seen within 30 seconds of loading up the game. Uriel Septim VII is erroneously called Septim IV. At some point the name must have been changed, I guess 7th sounds more convincing than 4th, but the change that was made on one slide was not carried over to another. These years are wrong too, but that's due to a retcon of the timeline made in Daggerfall rather than a mistake by the devs here. To be fair to LaFay, he is more than aware of the state the game released in, and made it clear that bug fixing such big games is much harder than people realise. Just identifying and isolating the bugs in the source code became an almost impossible task for the small team of 3 programmers. He said it always felt like either they never had enough time or enough people to release the game in a better condition. These issues were, for the most part, fixed with the updated re-release, the Deluxe Edition, which came on a single CD-ROM instead of floppy disks. It added new 3D CG video sequences, full voice acting during cutscenes, and contained a slightly altered ending, removing some lore. Yep, Bethesda retconned their own lore just 1 year after the original release. This has the accolade of being Todd's introduction to the series. Straight after joining Bethesda, he was tasked with overseeing and helping to test the CD-ROM version of Arena as his first assignment.
When Todd Howard was first brought on to Bethesda was for Arena CD.
While most of the bugs were fixed, some remain, such as a memory leak issue that is still present even when emulated through DOSBox. Using hand-to-hand as a weapon can cause the game to crash too, and there are still a few visual bugs, like getting stuck in the ceiling when using levitation, or the sun becoming a ghastly mass of broken pixels. Perhaps this is a Daedric trick to horrify the citizens of Tamriel. Some bugs must have either been too difficult to fix, or the team had ran out of time, as within a README text file found on the disc of the Deluxe Edition, we can find an additional troubleshooting section not published within the manual. It describes fixes for getting stuck into a wall, which include reloading a game and hoping for the best, or having to restore a previous save. My favourite is the fix for not being able to find an Artefact Quest, in which they detail why the bug happens, and then tell us to just not do that. Great fix, boys. Bethesda seemingly tried to cover up the bugginess, stating in an addendum to the manual that came with the CD-ROM Deluxe Edition. Although Bethesda has put tens of thousands of hours into testing the Elder Scrolls Arena, there may still be some bugs lurking undiscovered. I'm sure the 2 credited testers did try their best, but I highly doubt that there was tens of thousands of hours of testing. No offense to them. Even this addendum has bugs, with a troubleshooting guide question being copy-pasted verbatim. The Deluxe Edition did thankfully remove the copy protection from the game. If you aren't aware of how old school copy protection worked, before pieces of often very intrusive software attempted to make sure you weren't pirating, classic floppy disk games would ask for some kind of information only someone who bought the game would have access to, like a word on a specific page in the manual, which is how Arena handled it. Once you tried to leave the starting dungeon, a pop-up would prompt the player for the price to a spell or potion. To find this information, you would have to look in the game's manual. Get it wrong on 2 occasions and the game would close down. As you can imagine, those bulletin board systems made getting this information pretty easy. The game was a disaster waiting to happen. With the hard work of all those involved, it did eventually release sometime in early 1994, and the sales were less than stellar until much later in the year. But what did game journalists think of the game? Today, most people couldn't care less about what a game magazine rated something, but with the internet as young as it was, for many, the only way they could get information on a game was through these publications or through word of mouth. We'll be going through these critical reviews as they'll contrast nicely to my much more modern interpretation. It may surprise some of you just how good many thought the game was. In PC Gamer US, Bernie Yee summarized Arena as a stunning technological achievement, believing that if Bethesda could give this game a better storyline, you might have the best FRP ever designed. The first-person RPG landscape at the time was apparently quite lacking, without any games of note being released since Ultima Underworld 2. Arena came out at the ideal time according to Yee. He calls it simply stunning, with high praise for the graphics, but also admits that the view controls aren't as sophisticated as Ultima Underworld, with no ability to look up or down. Yi was very colourful with his writing. This paragraph feels like it could be reviewing Skyrim. Bethesda has created a true virtual world, using light sourcing and shadows to magnificent effect. Puddles on rain-soaked streets reflect lightning bolts in the distance. Fog, snow and mist impair your vision as you move through the countryside. You can discern caverns lit by firelight in the distance and peek through keyholes before entering potentially dangerous rooms. It should be noted that while you can look through keyholes, it serves no gameplay advantage as you can't see anything past some blurry wall textures. Based off of this acclamation, unsurprisingly later that year, the magazine named Arena the 18th greatest game of all time. The editor applauded it as the next generation role-playing that will satisfy both newcomers and veterans alike. Barry Brenzel of Electronic Entertainment wrote, "While the Elder Scrolls Chapter 1 Arena has nothing revolutionary to offer in role-playing fantasy, it is nevertheless a worthwhile game for the sheer depth of its quest capabilities that far outnumber the competition." Computer Gaming World reviewed the game twice, giving it a brief few words in their April 1994 issue stating they hadn't had enough time with the game to give it a full review, and following it up with a 4-page review in the May release. The April article says that Arena looks like a cross between Ultima Underworld and Might and Magic World of Xen, with both depth and sophisticated 3D graphics. It's summarized with "This may be the biggest world in terms of gameplay that will reach store shelves this year, with a rich and compelling storyline and setting." The May issue was more critical, pointing out the basic trope-ridden writing of Arena. Peterson explained that he used these negative reviews to fuel his attempt to diversify the plot of Daggerfall and to inject more abstract lore into the series. He wrote that the reviews for Arena were pretty good, but as a writer it pained me that the lackluster, cliched plot and game world was called out. I made it my mission to create the most complicated story I could wrap my head around, subverting expectations wherever possible. Demons were now called Daedra, and while scary, not universally evil. The Underking, a boogeyman reference in Arena, was given a sympathetic backstory, and every other faction you fought in the first game became a group you could join. While that May issue lambasted the story, it was also very praiseful elsewhere. It again raves about the graphics, magic effects, and frame rate. Cult favourite reviewer Scorpia was particularly impressed by the spell creator and how it created versatile and beautiful looking spells. She liked that there aren't any level requirements for the main quest, or any level limits at all. Strangely enough, the question-based character creator was seen as a big plus, helping to build a role-playing backstory for the player character. Even the rudimentary rumour system was highlighted, which I think goes to show how the computer RPG genre was still very much in its infancy, even though it was over 10 years old at this point. She congratulates Arena for not just chasing fast combat and beautiful visuals, but also remembering to stay true to RPG elements such as story, characters and player interaction, ensuring they pleased both CRPG fans and those who want the graphical pyrotechnics of its rivals, saying that if Arena captures the imagination of other gamers like it has captured mine, it may well be the game that establishes the formula for new RPGs. She was early with claiming that it was Arena to be the one to do this, but she wasn't wrong when it came to the Elder Scrolls. They have gone on to completely define the modern Western RPG genre since. Playing devil's advocate to this praise, in PC Gamer's case, Bernie Yi didn't even finish the game. I'm not saying all game journalism is poor, but this certainly isn't a great look. Despite some of the harsher reviews, later that year Arena went on to win CGW's CRPG Game of the Year award. Although dodgy journalism strikes again, with the article completely speculating that Vijay Lakshman's inspiration was to combine the perspective of Doom with role-playing elements, ignoring that not only had many games already done this previously, but also the fact that Doom released when Arena was originally meant to. These screenshots were circling before Doom was out. How do you take influence from something that you don't even know exists? Also, that's Ted Peterson, not Lakshman. Germany was another big market for Bethesda alongside France, where their press were equally as praiseful, with Arena scoring in the 70s and 80s in multiple publications. It wasn't a clean sweep, there were still some that had their gripes with the game. While reviews were generally positive and sales did later improve, like any creative, the guys at Bethesda thought they could have done better. Their experience developing Arena motivated them to improve every aspect of this game with Daggerfall. When asked what they would change if they were not limited by technology, budget and release date, Peterson said, "It would have been nice to make the cities more distinctive, but we had to reuse so many assets to populate a continent. We had no idea that side quests were going to be so popular that people would be running around doing quests for kings instead of following the linear progression of dungeon to dungeon to defeat Tharn. I don't remember how many side quests I wrote, but it couldn't have been more than 2 or 3 dozen, so it got pretty repetitive. That and the pressure to get the game out quickly meant that we didn't have much time to beta test. Thus, Arena was released very buggy, which didn't help Bethesda's reputation for quality products. And unfortunately, it didn't help later when Daggerfall was released just as bug-ridden. Arena was certainly derivative of a lot of games. Our experience system was straight out of Dungeons & Dragons and the Gold Box games from SSI. Between the influences of Ultima Underworld and the Legends of Valor, we weren't doing anything too new, we just did it bigger. Much, much bigger. An idea between 2 co-workers eventually grew into a Goliath project that in an alternate reality would have destroyed a company on the cusp of unprecedented success. Fortunately, the timeline we live in was much more forgiving. Here we are, the beginning of the Elder Scrolls. Selecting New Game gives us 2 options. Select a class or answer a series of questions to have the computer decide which class best suits our personality based on the answers. There was no in-depth class creator. The best feature in the entirety of Daggerfall had no predecessor, which actually makes that one even more impressive in my eyes. Unlike later Elder Scrolls games where players are generally allowed to immerse themselves into any kind of oddball hybrid archetype that they like, the classes here are instead a lot more restrictive on what you can do within the game. They follow the basic fantasy stereotypes. Warriors can't cast spells, mages can't wear heavy armor, etc, etc. Reviews commended the Q&A options for the feeling of roleplaying that it grants, which I guess is true. However, outside of this reason and morbid curiosity, it is the worst way to pick a class, simply because the game's difficulty is closely tied to your class. It is likely that whatever choice is made for you via this questionnaire will not be conducive to a first-time player. Before we get into the nitty-gritty of the classes, let's cover the character creator. It is, for the most part, similar enough to its sequel. Starting with our character's race, there are again no orcs or Imperials, but all the others are here. Noble Bretons, snobby high elves, elusive wood elves, dark elves, Nords, humans who like face paint, and eels with legs. Yeah, beast races had a long way to go. While Daggerfall refined them closer to their modern iterations, these Khajiits are not it. Yes, the canon includes them, but come on, this isn't what most think of when you hear cat people. As for the Argonians, they are a little closer to where they would end up, but they just look wrong, not scaly enough, and the faces are cursed. Outside of aesthetics, your race will have important consequences to your attributes, as well as each one coming with a unique racial ability, such as the overpowered immune to paralysis, which will turn one of the most dangerous spells in the game into nothing. Or there's the ability to climb 6-foot tall walls a little bit faster. The choice is yours. The attribute differences aren't massive, but every little help in the early game can add up. Notably, your choice of sex will make a difference here, unlike Daggerfall, with male characters sometimes being stronger or with more endurance, while the female equivalents are faster or smarter. The differences are still quite minor, just resulting in a 10-point difference in the correlated attribute, which is easily negated with an enchanted item or just by leveling up. It really only matters in your first 3 to 5 levels. The biggest choice one should consider when picking a race is that unique racial ability, as their effects will be helping or hindering you to the end of the game. To briefly cover each race, Dark Elves are the all-around race. They're good at just about everything, with their starting stats spread out evenly. They also get a +1 damage bonus to melee and ranged attacks every 4 levels, which can give classes that are limited to these weapons a little more stopping power. High Elves have naturally high intelligence, willpower, and agility. As you can guess, they make great spellcasters, and they are blessed with that OP immunity to paralysis. That ability is very nice, though you will likely want to avoid making non-magical classes with this race due to their poor strength and endurance. Bretons may seem like another class best suited to be spellcasters because of their high willpower and intelligence, but they actually perform even better as non-magical classes. This is because Bretons only take half damage from all spells, and on a successful save roll can resist the spell completely, nullifying the #1 threat to warrior-based classes who cannot cast their own shield or spell absorption magic. The downside to this is that they start with low agility, strength, and endurance, which are the most important two non-magical classes. Still, that racial ability makes up for it. Red Guards are ideal for those who want to use a bow and melee weapon combination. They have a +1 to their hit chance percentage and damage for daggers and bows every 3 levels, as well as having good attributes for combat. What else are the all-around best for melee classes, as they also get a +1 to hit chance and damage every 3 levels, but for all melee weapons, combined with a high starting agility. Their other stats do leave something to be desired though. Nords are not really that worthwhile. They can resist cold damage, but that is not terribly common outside of the story dungeon set in the Nordic homeland. At least with high strength and willpower, they can make good warriors and okay spell swords. The beast races are again lacking. Argonians can swim quickly and have good intelligence, so they're well suited to the spellcasting classes that rely on said intelligence. They aren't awful, just not the best choice. And Khajiits are best avoided except for role-playing reasons. They bring little to the table aside from high agility and the ability to scale walls quickly, which is rarely a problem in gameplay. These guys are kind of awful, unfortunately. Once you have made your decision, you can select your facial appearance. I can now better appreciate the art style shift made for Daggerfall, as these are a lot more basic. There are some okay looking characters, but even the ugly ones won't matter as you will likely be covering up with a helmet eventually. Just try to make sure you don't accidentally pick one that stares into your soul the entire game. Jeff here glares at me with hatred for giving him his name. It's time to tackle those classes. This is a 90s game, and the manual was included with the intention of being read. And as was the fashion at the time, it's bloody massive. And it has to be, because choosing your class can make or break your playthrough, so you're going to want to choose wisely. There are 3 overarching classes: the warrior, the mage, and the thief. You may be familiar with these. Of course, they are ripped straight out of Dungeons & Dragons. Beneath these overarching classes are the subclasses. These have certain benefits over their parent classes with some disadvantages to boot. Take the Bard for example, the ultimate master of none. They can critically strike and use thief skills better than most classes, yet not as well as the thief classes. They can fight in melee better than mages, yet not as well as the warrior classes. And they can cast spells, yet not as well as any of the mage classes, a true middle child of a class. What does your choice entail? Well, it's just like picking a race. Your attributes will change, and some of the classes also come with unique abilities, but not all of them. This does mean that some are greater than others. And the special abilities aren't as lackluster as some of the racial ones either. Knights can repair equipment without a blacksmith, barbarians are immune to poison, and acrobats decrease an enemy's chance to hit them. It isn't all positives though. Classes also come with restrictions. This usually equates to being unable to equip a certain type of armor or weapon, but a few classes have extra disadvantages, like the sorcerer who cannot regenerate spell points. That's still better than the warrior and thief classes that can't use magic at all though. To put the classes into simple terms, the warrior builds are the easiest to play. They have a strong early and mid game, but struggle to keep up later without the aid of expensive and rare magical items or potions, due to them lacking the ability to cast spells to do the same. The mage builds have a tough early game due to their squishiness, but they become gods when they reach a point where they can throw devastating damage and spells at will, all while healing and protecting themselves with other forms of magic. And the thieves? They aren't the greatest. Not only are they limited in what armor and weapons they may use, they are also all expectedly very squishy. Their high movement speed and agility does make up for this lack of survivability, up to a point at least. In the early game, they can excel. Critical strikes combined with a naturally high chance to hit makes them a glass cannon, but by the late game, the advantage has been outpaced by the sheer dominance that magic offers. The actual stealth mechanics don't exist when it comes to dungeons either. A thief's nimble feet won't work in these dark depths. You won't be able to sneak past an enemy, nor attempt any kind of stealth attack. They mostly suffer because they were too faithful to their roots in Dungeons and Dragons. They're a utility class that thrives on accomplishing feats that other characters can't. The problem is that while they are a god in the early game, the further along you get, the harder it becomes to deny that mages can just use magic to do everything a thief can do, but better. They seem to exist as a challenge for those who have mastered the game, a breath of fresh air for experienced players that can now enjoy a couple of new activities in the game world that they didn't have access to with the warriors or mages. I say this because new players won't have the game knowledge necessary to make the most of them. Magical items, specifically those found in the Mages Guild, are game changers, but a novice to the game won't know that. A returning player then will be savvy enough to rob this guild blind for the advantages these grant. Much like D&D, an attempt to balance the classes and hence make these weaker builds more appealing was made, specifically in how fast each class levels.
Arena is it's a game I love, and it's very, very elegant. If you look at the first one where it's just an XP based system, do this, get XP, level up. Very classic role-playing game.
Arena, being a classic CRPG, doesn't have any kind of fancy dynamic leveling based on skills. It is simply kill a bad guy, then gain experience, or complete a quest, then gain experience. Eventually you hit the amount of experience you need and you have leveled up. Each class is assigned an XP threshold that determines the rate in which they progress. This is the main form of balancing in the game. The stronger classes like the mages are in Band E, the slowest threshold for leveling. Without grinding side quests or seeking out every mob in a dungeon, they may soon find themselves underleveled for the next story dungeon they must face. Thieves on the other hand level much faster, being in Band A or C. After around 4 hours of gameplay, the player would have cleared the starting dungeon, entered a town, and then cleared the first main quest dungeon, by which time they will have around 80,000 experience points. This puts a thief at level 9, while a spell sword or sorcerer will be level 8. The difference may not seem huge at first, but past level 10, every level requires 1.5 times the amount of XP than the last one. By the mid-game, a thief can expect to have maxed out a few attributes via leveling up, with the mage being left behind. This doesn't mean a whole lot however. Being a level 15 thief when a mage would be level 12 means nothing if that same mage can deal 5 times the damage with a spell, all while protecting themselves with other magic. This is a similar scenario to what appears in D&D. A thief in D&D can backstab, which requires them taking an enemy completely by surprise, where their reward is doing less damage than a fighter does by just attacking the enemy head on. The bottom line is, no matter how good your thief is, the wizard's invisibility spell will be better than your chance to move silently, or their spider climb spell will work better than your chance to climb the wall. Back to Arena, and honestly I commend Bethesda for translating the D&D thief into video game form so well. They just needed to tweak them after abandoning the original team-based direction for the gameplay. As a solo character, they really struggle to get past the final story dungeons. With a class selected, we come to the dice roll screen. This is intended to replicate the randomness of pen and paper games. Rather than rolling some dice, the character's attributes range from 40 to 100, where you can then roll the digital dice for some small variances and a few extra points to sprinkle around as you see fit. You won't be able to make a class as crazy strong as you could in Daggerfall, but with enough patience you can give yourself a build that will make your first few hours a little less painful. Each attribute is related to the multiplier next to it. You likely will never get a perfectly balanced character sheet in the character creator, so you will have to choose which attributes to sacrifice and which to buff wisely, and not all attributes are made equal. Strength is not as important as it appears, but should be kept high enough to prevent negative penalties. The additional damage is nice, but marginal compared to the effects that better gear or a higher chance to hit will have. Tankier builds may want to build this stat so that they can wear the heaviest armor and still carry a lot of treasure. Most warrior classes should forgo leveling strength until other more vital stats are maxed out, and mages can all but ignore strength since magic can make up for the lack of it. Intelligence is absolutely vital to all mages and should be maxed out as fast as you can. Warriors have no use for it. Thieves do benefit from it for stealing, but they should build other stats up first. Willpower governs your chance to resist hostile spells, and enemies throw a lot of spells. A starting character won't need it as much, but getting high willpower should be a leveling goal for warriors and thieves. Mages can ignore this somewhat thanks to their ability to cast all kinds of resistance, spell absorption, and shield spells. Agility then is the most important stat for everyone, since it determines your ability to avoid physical attacks and land your own. Everyone should try to get enough agility to give their character a +1 or higher bonus to hit and evade. Warriors need more agility as they fight up close, so it's advisable to get +3 or 4 as early as possible, and thieves need to focus on maxing this out for the +10. Evading physical attacks will be necessary to rectify their squishiness. Speed adjusts your movement speed, which can be helpful for mages and thieves that may find themselves needing to run away from an encounter that is not in their favour. Archers and other classes that can use bows benefit from an increased fire rate too. Bows aren't that good anyhow, as most combat in the game is up close, and no matter your speed stat, you will never be faster at backpedaling than an enemy is at walking towards you. Not to mention how goofy this first person sprite is. They do have specific use cases such as firing at enemies over water or chasms, but a spell or enchanted item can do the same and won't require you to go into your inventory to change weapons every time. Endurance is a vital stat that is necessary to everyone since it adds a set bonus to increase your hit points at each level. It's best to max this out first if you need hit points, since the bonus only applies to your health pool when you level up and is not retroactive. +4 per level will be awesome in the early game, but not a huge help by level 12 for example. Personality is all but useless. It does have an impact on bartering with NPC shopkeepers, but you can get away with ignoring it until everything else is maxed out. Finally, we have luck, the forgotten stat in every Elder Scrolls. It helps in many small ways, most notably by improving the quality of the loot you find. It's only worth investing into if you have some extra points. It is wise to avoid a luck penalty if you want to find decent loot, which is very important in the early game. A lucky build will likely walk out with better weapons, armor and accessories than an unlucky one. When you level up, you are given several additional attribute points to distribute. The amount of points you get is random, so you can try and save scum this if you care about maximum efficiency. Often it will be around 3 to 5 points, so you'll need to choose between a balanced approach to increasing attributes or focusing on just one and moving on to the next. This is part personal preference, but also based on your class. A mage will want to increase intelligence as fast as they can for additional spell points. The recommended build touted online for beginners is a male Red God Knight. Red Gods have a great combination of strength, endurance and agility, while the Knight class supplies the overpowered immune to paralysis benefit, as well as that repair item buff. Knights also begin with a D18 hit die, a tabletop rule that calculates your starting number of health points. D18 is not the highest, but will make you tankier than most. The downside is the slower rate of leveling in Band D and the inability to use leather. You are a knight, so leather wouldn't have suited you anyway. This beginner recommendation is based on the incorrectly printed manual. Yeah, the manual isn't true in some places, likely due to the ever-changing development of the game in its final months. The UESP correctly states that Red Gods only have a +3 to hit chance and damage with daggers and bows, so this racial ability is lost on a Knight class. Alternatively then, you can use a female Wood Elf for their bonus damage with all melee weapons, with the trade-off being the lesser early attributes compared to the Red God. These beginner build options are ideal for helping a new player to get accustomed to the game. They're tanky enough to have a fair chance in the first dungeon, and hit hard enough to gain some experience and get a hang of the combat, which is exactly what I did when I picked up Arena a few years back. This playstyle is limited immensely, however, by the lack of magic. Magic is one of the most fleshed out features in Arena, and cutting it out of your playthrough will hamper the experience. Actually, all magic based classes will have an easier time in the later game due to how powerful the magic system is. This is reflected in the time and experience it takes to level up, but even with this attempt at balancing, magic based classes are still your best choice for an easier and more dynamic run. You can sneak around with invisibility, cause massive damage across a distance, heal yourself during battle, and protect yourself with defensive spells. Other classes can simulate these abilities with potions and magical items, yet their supply of both will be the limiting factor, with no way of replenishing them whilst in a dungeon. A mage class can simply rest in an alcove to be back at full strength. Magical items also do not scale with levels as spells do, meaning that a weapon with a powerful fire spell may be strong during the early game, but becomes less useful as the player levels up. A mage's spell does not have the same weakness. I played Arena blind on stream in preparation for writing this video, and for that I used a male high elf spellsword named Bob, an amazingly creative name I'm sure you can tell. As a high elf he was immune to paralysis, and as a spellsword he could cast spells, had a relatively high starting pool of health, and could use any weapon he pleased. Generally, any magic-based class will be playable. Combine that with a race that has the ability or attributes that best suit said class, and you'll be fine after some leveling and kitting yourself out with good gear. As long as you pick a class within the mage or warrior structures, you're going to have an okay time. Just don't go picking a thief for your first playthrough. As there are only 10 save slots, you may be wondering how you can test or play with a few different builds while also keeping multiple saves for each character. It isn't as simple as it is in Skyrim or Daggerfall Unity, but it can be done, just manually. Taking a stroll to your game files, you can find all 10 save slots neatly positioned. Copy and paste them into a folder for each of your characters, and then reverse the process when you want to play them. This way you can play with various builds without having to sacrifice on save slots. It's not as streamlined, but hey, it works. Just remember to update your character's save folder once you're done. You don't want to overwrite a play session's worth of progress by accident. With your build created, we start the game out as a prisoner. No surprises there. The story begins in earnest with a cutscene. We'll be covering the plot and who this is later on, so let's just stick to the gameplay for now. The starting dungeon is an abandoned sewer filled with low-level goblins and rats. Think Oblivion, but not as pretty. Given that both of these are the Imperial City sewers, Oblivion's intro, filled with the same enemies we find in Arena, is very likely to be a direct homage to this original game. Arena's goblins do have jaundice though. This hellhole is intended for the player to train in. It's filled with somewhat easy enemies to defeat and gain XP from, multiple loot piles to give you a boost of gold and gear, and a variety of terrain and concepts to teach you the general dungeon design. This terrain is broken down into 3 tiers. The floor, which is self-explanatory, the underground of tunnels, streams and lava pits, all of which can be dropped into to travel around and avoid enemies, and then the raised alcoves. These let you rest without the worry of enemies randomly spawning near you. And it wouldn't be a CRPG without hidden doors. Lots and lots of hidden doors. These were bad enough in Daggerfall, but at least you could notice them with a keen eye. Good luck doing that here. They are identical to every other wall texture, leaving you to click mindlessly if you want to find one. Your map is the only clue, showing the red door indicator wherever a hidden door can be found. As we already know, the arenas of old were replaced with 18 unique hand-designed dungeons. It is only by completing each one of these that the player can achieve victory, which means that Arena is the closest to a pure dungeon crawler that the Elder Scrolls mainline series has. Since there are no joinable factions and only a few side quests, the biggest source of your income and the gameplay in general will involve plundering dungeons. The world outside of the cities is infinite, so you will never run out of dungeons to plunder, even after beating the main quest. Compared to Daggerfall's random affairs, these are a breeze, offering a decent challenge and a good source of loot and experience points for the mid-game. The side quests? Yep, you guessed it, they lead to dungeons too. These dungeons appear on the travel map, and are a lot larger than the ones found in the wilderness, but they are still easy to navigate as opposed to Daggerfall. Exploring dungeons isn't a chore in Arena, which I really enjoyed. As a bit of a completionist, there is something satisfying about filling in the entirety of the automap and knowing that you have seen everything there was to see before venturing onwards. With the neat ability to leave notes on the map, I found an odd amount of pleasure in filling in the map with the names of the rooms I had discovered, notably in dungeons that were designed to look like an actual living environment. The first main quest dungeon takes place in an abandoned keep. You enter a large throne room surrounded by bedrooms. Beyond the throne there is a grand water feature with fountains and statues, then a council meeting room, dining room, kitchen, royal bedrooms and dungeons. Sure, they don't look that amazing, but it's fascinating to see Bethesda putting the effort into environmental design in Arena, and then said design would later be a highlight of the modern series. These are the pixelated beginnings of something great. The general tip for dungeon crawling is to hug the walls. Filling in the walls on the automap first gives you a general layout of your surroundings, making it easier to check for hidden areas that you might otherwise miss. The relatively smaller dungeons in Arena actually promote exploration because they aren't too daunting. It is more than possible to fully explore the floor of every dungeon, even the story ones, without getting too lost. Other than to speed up your progress, Arena isn't relying on a guide where Daggerfall kind of is. Getting lost is much less of a worry. With enough determination, you can find everything in a dungeon, something that I cannot say for Daggerfall with its 3D map that is as much of a hindrance as it is an aid. The hardest hurdle for most with Arena, barring the dated graphics, is going to be the controls. This is an old game, and without a modern engine update, we're stuck with the original control scheme. There is a mod that switches the default keys to a more modern layout, which I highly recommend. It takes the old arrow keys and remaps them to WASD, not to mention that Arena has jump mapped to J, and if you want to jump forward, you have to use Shift J. There was never a time where I needed to only jump up. You are always jumping forward. Logically, the mod maps forward jump to the spacebar and updates the menu hotkeys into more modern locations. These alterations do not change how the game controls though, and it's about as rough as you may think for a nearly 3-decade-old PC game designed at a time when RPG combat usually involved clicking an icon and hoping for the best. Wanting to be more involved, and with its action game origins, Arena has you swing your mouse in various directions to attack. It looks crazy, because honestly it is, but it's surprising how fast you get used to it. Daggerfall had this too, but the Unity version thankfully had an override to remove it. My critique from that video remains true here. The concept itself isn't the worst. Other games use similar ideas to great results, but Arena's implementation is tiresome and void of the immersion they probably intended. Wiggling your mouse simply isn't fun and doesn't add to the gameplay in any meaningful way. What small changes to your attacks the various swipes make is neglected by how unresponsive the system often is. Swiping horizontally to the left may register as a diagonal, or yanking downwards as a thrust. You're better off swiping side to side rapidly to maximize attacks per second rather than trying to strategize based on this table. There isn't any mouse luck either, that wouldn't come until the sequel. Not that you need it, this is a 2.5D game similar to Doom. If you want to hit an enemy above you, you need only aim in their general direction and the game will do the rest. Because of this, pivoting left and right is associated with the keyboard, the A and D keys if you're using the remap mod. You can still strafe using Q and E, but strafing isn't as useful when you're unable to look around at the same time. If you don't like using the keyboard, you can also use the mouse to move and look around, but this is far inferior and will most likely get you killed. You have to scroll the mouse pointer to the edge of the screen and then left click to pivot or move. As your attacks are also tied to using the mouse by holding down the right click and swinging your weapon, you are unable to pivot or move between attacks as you can when using the keyboard, so it's best to simply ignore this option. Outside of attacking, the mouse is needed to navigate the HUD and the UI. You can access all of these using hotkeys, but I found just clicking the icon you needed to be the more natural way most of the time. You can't remove these icons like in Daggerfall anyway, so we may as well get some use out of them. Overall, the UI is easy enough to understand. A massive tip to speed up navigating the menus is to press F4 to remove the pixelation transition that plays between every menu. I have no idea why this is left on by default, as it only slows down gameplay for no apparent reason. I guess people were just happy to watch this over and over again back then. Also, you will need to right click the map icon to open the world map. This is the only icon that has an alternate function. I like to believe this exists as a way to determine whether someone has read the manual or not, because there is nothing to indicate this to the player otherwise. Incidentally, that PC World review by Bernie Yee applauded the controls for their fluidity and for feeling natural. Times really have changed. I will admit that while it becomes tiresome, this mouse-based control scheme is still cool for how dynamic it looks. The main issue you will find is just how slow everything feels. I confirm that this wasn't an emulation issue. No matter what, the game runs at a low frame rate, which builds onto the clunkiness of the game. The controls aren't necessarily delayed, but they sure feel like it when the game is pinned at 20 FPS. Running the game at higher clock speeds rectifies this issue, but as a result, the entire game runs faster as well, making the already difficult combat even more stressful. If you're a speed demon when it comes to gaming, this may work for you, but for everyone else, we're stuck with the lower frame rate experience. Win Arena is a small 3D program that uses Arena's assets to show off its functionality. It isn't a full remake like Daggerfall Unity, although one is in the works which we'll look at later. I'm bringing up this small program to highlight just how smooth Arena could look if the game had the ability to run at higher frame rates. It looks smoother, obviously, with the biggest difference being just how buttery the controls are in comparison. As mentioned, Win Arena wasn't a remake sadly, instead mostly being a tool used by Arena enthusiasts to extract data from the game, such as these animations. Exploring the starting dungeon showcases these animations in action, which was surprising to me because you don't often see these other angles of the mobs. They usually rush you head on, so you will only see that single head-on view angle. Just look at how jacked that goblin is, and how cursed the side profile of his head is. Other old school oddities can be seen in the magic and item menus. Once opened, you cycle through a list of spells or objects. If you want to cast a fireball, you need to click on the spell icon, find the spell from the list, select it, and then click on the screen where you want to fire the spell. This makes playing as a magic using character a little more difficult than just swinging a sword, as the cursor isn't locked to the middle of the screen as in modern first-person games, but instead lives independently of the player's view. With a melee weapon, you just need to swing, and anything on screen that is close enough to you will be hit. With magic, you need to be wise enough to fire a spell where you think the enemy may move to in the few frames where the spell will be travelling. There isn't an in-game tutorial, or anything that would help someone that doesn't have access to the manual to learn all of this. You either read it or struggle. Good thing we now live in a world of online guides and videos like this one. There are no speed controls either, no walking nor running, just the default movement based on your speed attribute. Depending on your build, you may find movement painfully slow or so fast that you often overshoot to where you want to go. Just like learning anything, you do eventually grow accustomed to this, and all the controls for that matter. It may be Stockholm Syndrome, I admit, yet by the end of my 26-hour long live stream playthrough, the controls were second nature to me. I really didn't feel like they were that bad. Outdated, sure, but not poorly implemented. If only the game ran a little faster, then they wouldn't feel so clunky for the first couple of hours of acclimatization. Exploring the sewers further, we come across piles of gold. Clicking on them will access the treasures within. That's how you activate everything, by simply clicking on it. Doors, NPCs, keys, simply hover over it with the cursor and click. Smaller objects like those keys can be a bit finicky, you have to be very accurate. When it comes to the loot, sadly, the artwork sprites you see here are greatly exaggerated. Rarely, if ever, will you actually find gold, armor, and weapons all together. Compared to other Elder Scrolls games that only allow characters to wear limited kinds of jewelry and accessories, there are a lot more equipment slots reserved for players in Arena. You can wear a mark, bracelet, bracers, belt, ring, torque, amulet, and crystal, equaling an additional 8 items you can wear alongside your armor. Finding an enchanted item can be a bit hit and miss, as you will be unable to identify what exactly said item actually does until you consult an expert within the Mages Guild. This carries over to the actual material of the item too, meaning that you could come across an ebony amulet of strength, but the only way you will know this in the field is by equipping it and flipping back to your character sheet to identify any changes to your stats. These numbers by the player model are your armor rating, but higher isn't better. Instead, Arena uses the FACO system, meaning to hit armor class 0, a tabletop rule from advanced D&D. The higher the number, the worse your defenses are. You want to get these as low as you can. Individual armor pieces will affect the area of the body that they are covering, and some accessories, notably amulets, belts, bracelets, and torques, will apply a buff to all areas, with their strength determined by the material that the trinket is made of. You will want to get as many high-level enchanted items as you can through your playthrough, not just for their passive bonuses, but also for the ones that have active effects. Bracers, crystals, marks, and rings provide special abilities with limited uses, such as powerful spells. This means that a class that is unable to cast magic can still have access to some magic through these objects. After you've exhausted the sewers for all they can offer, your character should be level 3 to 5 depending on your class's XP threshold. Their bags should be filled to the brim with gear and loot too. Exiting is easy enough. Make your way to the blue portal in the west of the map and step through it. As both the UESP and Steam versions use the CD-ROM Deluxe Edition, the old DRM questions mentioned earlier have been removed. Just be careful approaching this area before you want to leave. It's easier than it should be to accidentally fall through this portal before you're ready. There are a few minor bugs like this throughout. None of them are serious issues, but you will want to keep an eye out for them as you play, lest they may get you killed. This is a 90s Western CRPG, thus it would be very strange if it wasn't hard. Arena isn't impossible or anything, veteran gamers may even scoff at me for calling it hard, but for most people I think that's an accurate description. Overcoming this difficulty though is greatly satisfying. Arena's difficulty curve may look like a cliff with a massive jump up after the beginning dungeon, but that doesn't mean you won't be able to climb it. Technologically, the first hurdle is that the game runs fast, but didn't I just say that it runs slow? It manages to be both. The FPS is locked at 20, which makes the controls feel slow, but the simulation runs fast. Even when ran at the correct CPU clock speed, this is an issue. It may be less of a problem on original hardware, but from what I've seen, this is a problem in most instances. This discrepancy can be best seen when looking at the NPCs moving around a city. Just look at them go, zooming around. What this means for difficulty is that at first it will feel like the monsters run like Usain Bolt and attack a million times a minute. Only one sound can play at a time too, so you may not be able to tell you're being hit from behind if an ambient sound is playing, meaning that it is only the shaking of the screen and the rapid depletion of your health bar that will let you know that someone is behind you. As they attack so fast, if you aren't careful, you can die before even turning around. If this screen shaking is too subtle for you, you can alter the effect by pressing F3 to be more severe or to be replaced with a flashing red screen. Saving as much as you can then should be obvious. There isn't any form of quick saving though. Get used to going into the menu to do it manually. It might seem like a pain, and it is, but it's very much worth it. Nothing is worse than losing a few hours of progress because you forgot to save the game. I'm dead. I didn't save, guys, didn't I? I didn't save.
You died.
Also, be careful when doing this quickly. On a few occasions, I accidentally exited to the main menu in my hubris. Combine that with not having saved for a while, and it was a recipe for a bad time. Oh yes, don't forget to save, that's a good point. You see what I've done there, guys, is hit new game. If you're feeling a little scummy, saving can be exploited for your own benefit. Loot is randomized upon picking it up. If you save the game before clicking on it, you can keep loading until you find something you're happy with. With high enough luck, in-game and in real life, you can find mid-game loot in the Imperial sewers. Whether that's worth the time sink and inherent lack of immersion tied to save scumming is up to you. Arena's combat relies on dice rolls more than any other in the series. Despite this, you can easily play the game without any of the following in-depth information, just as I did on stream for my blind playthrough. Knowing how the game operates may not be necessary, but it can always be helpful not only for approaching the game with a different perspective, but for simply appreciating the complexities happening off screen as you wildly swipe a 5 frames per second sword animation at an 80 pixel by 80 pixel sprite. We'll start with save and throws. Certain characters will be more adept at evading and reducing damage to themselves than others. This is reflected by the save and throw, a random number between 1 and 100 that is calculated every time an enemy attacks the player. When rolled, the number must be higher than the minimum amount for a save and throw to activate. In our example, Bob, the level 10 spellsword, has a save and throw threshold of 72 against fire damage. If the number rolled is below this threshold, then no changes are made and Bob receives the full damage of the attack. If the number is above 72, then the save and throw activates and Bob only takes half damage. The thresholds change between class types, acting again as a form of balancing, where the stronger mage classes will be less likely to avoid damage opposed to warriors and especially thieves. The location where the enemy hit makes contact with the player's body is calculated via an additional dice roll, where different values indicate where you take damage. This can greatly vary the damage you receive based on your armor values. As long as you remain fully armored, then this variance will have little impact. For hitting the enemy, we have the formula to hit, based on 12 factors including your level, agility, willpower, and luck, among various others, like the enemy's armor value and shield bonus. This calculation only applies to the player though, which is why as you level up and find better equipment, you will notice that you end up going from missing most of your attacks to hitting nearly everyone. Monsters instead have a flat rate of 20% chance of hitting you, which actually doesn't sound so bad. It feels a lot higher when playing the game itself. The damage you deal is a separate dice roll again, based on your weapon or spell. If Bob's longsword has a damage of 2 to 16, then the number rolled will be between those. At best you hit for 16 points and at worst for only 2. Critical hit chance is then calculated on top of this, based on your class and level. These crits will always be the maximum amount of damage that your weapon can hit for. All in all, as long as you pray to the RNG gods every night, you'll be fine. Your biggest goal should always be in getting the best weapon you can, hitting the enemy as many times as you can, and avoiding damage as much as you can. It's just the same way to play any RPG really, regardless of all these hidden dice roll systems. Wear and use the best gear, level up your stats, and save before every fight, and you can't go wrong. Speaking of gear, relatively, it's fairly cheap in Arena. After you leave the starting dungeon, the money that you are able to make from selling the loot you found will be enough to kit yourself out with all you will need for the next 4 levels or so. A welcome change from the RPGs of the era that would commonly ask for your life savings just for a piece of poxy leather armor. Instead, you can immediately start saving towards what matters. Go into the Mages Guild and buying everything in sight. The enchanted items are alluring, but your first aim should be stocking up on those sweet potions. You will end up chugging these a lot. Due to game balance issues, it is quite easy to go through 20 or 30 health potions in difficult stretches of dungeons by the late game. Not to mention that mages will be perpetually low on mana, having to rely on restore power potions to keep their blue bar topped up during combat. Even with a full armor set, jewelry, and potions, eventually you will die. It is an inevitability. Then Tharn, the big bad guy, will appear to gloat about having defeated you.
You were a fool to confront me, and now have paid the ultimate price.
Don't you love it when they rub the salt into the wound? Get used to hating this man. Interestingly, the difficulty of the dungeons and my wish to avoid Tharn laughing in my face had me prepping for each one as if it was a difficult encounter in The Witcher. I got the latest armor and weapons, repaired my current ones, bought the best potions, and made sure I was fully prepared to take on the next obstacle in my way. You aren't allowed to be casual or carefree as in the later games. Each adventure could be your last, so you better be ready for the worst. This is a level of preparation that I hadn't before had to worry about in the Elder Scrolls, and is honestly quite welcome. The cause of your many deaths will be the monsters, and many of them there are. The roster isn't as varied as others in the series, being mostly generic fantasy beasts, but that doesn't stop them from being formidable opponents. Certain enemies cannot be hit without higher level weapons, and can be immune to or even healed by certain kinds of elemental spells and materials. I'll cover the full bestiary later. They may not look it by their old school designs, but they are some of the most dangerous foes you can face in a Bethesda title. Peterson mentioned that they had chosen to deliberately introduce difficult enemies to the player early on, an inspiration taken from the second level of Ultima Underworld 2, where the player walks into a frozen pond where the enemies suddenly become too powerful to kill. You could then return much later when you were stronger to get the satisfaction of revenge over a foe that was once a problem.
For better or for worse, a lot of the idea that came from the early Elder Scrolls having the possibility of running into some things that you really just have to run from was inspired by that, because we liked the evolution of you then having the satisfaction of kicking their ass later on.
You will encounter stronger and stronger enemies as you progress, but none of the dungeons you visit will have any sort of bosses to fight, except for the final one. Some characters that probably would have been bosses are mentioned in dialogue and flavor text before and inside the dungeons, they just don't actually make a physical appearance in-game, probably a cut feature. At least you don't have to worry about preparing for a boss until the end of the game. Be warned though, level scaling does exist, but only for human enemies. They will continue continue to hit harder as you level, but so will you. As long as you continue to improve your weapons and magic, you should be able to keep up. This isn't an Oblivion situation, luckily. All non-human monsters will stay the same level throughout, which results in some great payoffs when you get to decimate enemies that once filled you with fear. Unlike the later games, cities are not perfect safe zones where you can lick your wounds. Not all the time anyway. If you are unlucky enough to find yourself arriving at one during the night, you will be attacked by any number of bad guys, from humans to lizard men to the undead. The local populace will inform you of which one you might encounter if you ask for general rumours. Being able to identify a tavern is a skill one must learn immediately, and with the variation of architecture across Tamriel, that's easier said than done. You must also be wary of diseases, which can be caught by fighting infected enemies, generally rats or rotting corpses. You can tell if you're ill, poisoned, or magically cursed by looking at your character portrait, which changes colour depending on the affliction you have caught. A lot of diseases in Arena not only affect your attributes, but can kill you over time, with the realistic fast travel time between destinations that can often take over a few weeks. This can be a problem. If you don't have a means of curing a disease, you may not make it back to town without dying. The only way to remove these illnesses is to use the appropriate potions or spells, or in desperate times visiting a temple for healing, if you ever make it to one, that is. The difficulty isn't just limited to physical combat. There will also be times where you will have to use your brain. Each story dungeon is blessed with a riddle that one must answer to attain the MacGuffin you were sent to find. These are surprisingly hard. I may just be dumb though. You can find the answer with a quick Google search nowadays, but what could you do in 1994 if you weren't fortunate enough to have a network connection? Well, that's where that official strategy guide comes into play. Were all the games deliberately made more difficult so that they could sell their own strategy guides? Maybe, but who's to say? Todd Howard actually said he doesn't know how anyone could finish the game without a hint book. I guess it's a good thing they released an official one then. Representing the UESP in a review of the Codex Scientia, Pete Ryan didn't have much positive to say on the guide. It is, for the most part, filled with duplicate, useless, or trivial knowledge. Fortunately for the players, there is some desirable information buried in its depths. The redeeming portions of the Codex are the maps, riddles, and artifact section. The rest of it is dross. Some of this criticism is unwarranted. For example, Ryan says there are tables and formulas for everything from save and throws to chances of a critical hit. But unless you plan on getting a job programming at Bethesda, I can't see any reason why any player would want this information. Clearly he forgot that these would be very useful for a YouTuber nearly 30 years after the guide was released. While you don't need this information to play the game, these are the kind of behind the scenes calculations you expect to see when using a guide for a tabletop inspired RPG, so I don't really understand his gripe here. He was right in saying that the riddle answers are some of the best inclusions, and would have been one of the few ways to find these answers back then. Albeit Ryan says that he believes that most of Arena's riddles can be solved with about 5 minutes of thought if the answer isn't immediately obvious. Ouch, that hurts. I struggle a bit more than I would like to admit in this video. All that struggling can be neatly tucked away in the stream archives. Granted, he does admit that this section is worth the cost of the whole book. Without the readily available online guides we have today, I'd have to say that he was right, especially when every non-random dungeon map is included with legends for everything, from enemy locations to the positions of key pieces of loot. The design here is a bit questionable though. The icons for normal loot and quest items are nearly identical, but I am just nitpicking here. Speaking of maps, exploring is practically impossible without them. Thankfully, the in-game automap ensures that you will never get lost. The dungeons were designed on grid paper to follow a simple to implement layout that ends up very maze-like in-game. Without this map, the endless, samey looking tunnels would be almost impossible to navigate. The aesthetics between dungeons can vary greatly, and some do have unique and recognizable areas to help guide your exploration. But for the most part, you'll be hitting M to check out where you are and where you have been. Each dungeon being filled with fog that limits your vision to a few feet in front of you doesn't help either. This isn't even a tech issue, just a design choice. A light spell instantly rectifies this issue, yet another reason for spellcaster superiority. Navigation may not necessarily be a difficult issue for everyone, but with modern game design favouring interiors that better funnel the player's gameplay down certain paths, these labyrinths could certainly be frustrating on occasion. If you're coming at them after Daggerfall like I was though, they're like a breath of fresh air. With that said, we should be grateful that a map was actually included. Many games at the time expected you to have a great memory or draw your own on grid paper as you go. Peterson joked in an interview about how people criticize the Elder Scrolls for going mainstream today, but we thought we were going mainstream by giving the player a map. One thing modern Elder Scrolls has gotten better at is the stealth-based classes, with them being arguably the most fun builds you can run in Oblivion or Skyrim, but as I lamented earlier, oh boy are they bad here. Thievery is activated by pressing the pilfer icon and interacting with a valid target, being the NPCs you find scuttling around. Thief classes have an advantage in this activity, but characters of other classes may engage in it as well. Pickpocketing is useless from a gameplay standpoint, as these locals often don't have two septims to rub together. To be fair, it is a great way to find some comical messages. If you're very lucky, you can earn some gold this way, but there are far better targets than the street wanderers, such as the blacksmiths or better yet, the Mages Guild. Look at it, standing there, mocking us for our inability to cast spells. It would be a shame if we were to walk in and steal their best items worth upwards of 20k gold. Stealing is the easiest way to get money early game, for the thief classes that will be successful in it, that is. The chance to succeed in stealing an item is based on a series of factors. 1. Your class. Thieves have a better chance than warriors or mages. 2. Your character's level. The higher it is, the better the success chance. And 3. Your agility and intelligence stats, both of which increase your chance of success. Luck also has an influence, as it does on every role in the game, although its effects are much less noticeable. To enter locked homes or chests, we will need to use lockpicking. Using the pilfer icon and then interacting with the locked object will start a lockpicking roll to try and open it successfully. If the lock is too strong, you can make endless attempts to open it, but your roll will never be good enough to do so. You can resort to bashing the treasure trove open with your weapon, which works for desperate warriors, but will damage the contents and equally damage your weapon, forcing you to go get it repaired more often. All classes have a base lockpicking chance of 25%, which then increases with each level. Thief classes have an even higher chance, and the burglar subclass has such a high chance that by just level 6, most locks will be of no issue. All the other buildings in a town can be accessed for stealing. They are even roughly decorated, but I'm not entirely convinced that anyone would want to live here. Not to mention that some, such as the manors, are downright bizarre, looking more like a dungeon than a house, which is fitting because from a gameplay standpoint, they are. That's right, not only is the entire main quest a dungeon crawl, but even burglarizing a house is one. I'm sure you can see why this makes the already fragile thief classes that much weaker. They can't even steal in peace. Breaking into a home is as likely to get you killed as it is to net you any gold, no matter your skills as a thief. With no stealth mechanics, you cannot bypass these mobs as with the later games, leaving us with the blacksmiths and the Mages Guild, which can both be robbed from within their dialogue windows. What's to stop players from saving and loading until they successfully steal an item from a store then? Well, the developers thought of this. This is the only game in the main series to have restrictions on where the player can save. Taverns, shops, and temples are all out of the question. Too bad they didn't implement it for the Mages Guild, the most valuable target. You could also just save outside the door of a store before going in and save scum that way. If you want to play the game more legitimately, you will have to face the consequences of a failed steal roll. The target disappears and a town guard, fully polished and ready to fight, will spawn in to apprehend you. They will punish you for your crimes, with a death sentence. The guards won't arrest you like in later games, they'll immediately try to kill you for even the smallest of felonies. If you fail to steal a single gold piece, it's time for your head to go on a spike. From a lore perspective, it does kinda get a hand wave in the game's opening cutscene, explaining that Tharn used his magic to turn his minions into the twisted counterparts of the Emperor's Guard. With that wording, I would argue that this only applies to the guards in the Imperial City, however. These fellas out in the provinces must just love to keep the peace, no matter who they need to kill to get it. After playing Daggerfall first, these attempts at halts hurt my soul.
Pull. Pull. Pull.
How dare they try to compete with perfection? If you're wise and perform your crimes near a gate or in a building, you can simply enter a new instance and the crime will be wiped from the memory of everyone in Tamriel. As there's no bounty system, this is an effective way to avoid the law, which means that even without save scumming, you can rob the Mages Guild of every enchanted item they have in stock by walking out onto the street whenever you fail and then entering to try again. I'd argue that's barely any different than just hitting load. If this seems wrong for role-playing reasons, you can even skip town and travel to the next one to attempt the crime there. It still results in the same outcome. It sounds like I'm trying to justify save scumming, and that's because in this instance, I am. If you're gonna implement your mechanics so poorly, they're gonna be abused. Even more so if the only difference between playing legitimately and abusing the system is a few seconds of game time. This is the only way to give thieves a fair chance. They are designed to steal, not enter a glorified dungeon crawl. Thieves can't even earn XP this way, only quests and fighting results in experience points. Stealing is a way to earn gold and gear only, so I really don't feel guilty about this. I've said that magic is the best thing about this game, and that's because it's true. Every Elder Scrolls has slowly, over time, simplified magic, losing many of the game-changing fantastical elements that make magic truly magical. Levitation being the point that most bring up. That has nothing on deleting and creating geometry as you see fit. Walls and floors can be disintegrated or assembled at your whim. Are you stuck at a locked door that cannot be opened without a key? That's no problem for a powerful sorcerer. Are the enemies closing in on you too fast? Simply melt the floor below their feet, fill in pools of lava to form bridges, or erect walls to create a shield from approaching monsters. These spells would be nigh on impossible to implement in a game with realistic dungeon design. Games that have tried struggled with the concept or could never implement it in a way that wouldn't break something else. Seeing as Bethesda struggles enough with bugs as it is, something like this would be impossible. Time may not have been kind to Arena, but this is one of the few concepts that it can hold over its children. Todd Howard even called Passwall his best friend when he was testing the Deluxe CD edition. Nothing makes navigating a dungeon easier than tunneling through the walls as if it were Minecraft. The advantages of being a spellcaster aren't just limited to dungeon traversal either. You also have access to a litany of offensive and defensive charms, each of which can be customized to become overpowered to the nth degree within the Spellmaker. Off-the-rack spells from the Mages Guild are the easiest to buy and use, but they are not the best for the job. They can deal a lot of damage up front, but don't effectively scale as you level up. A spell that deals 25 points of fire damage is strong against a spider when you're level 5, but will only tickle a lich when you're level 15. Arena's surprisingly dynamic Spellmaker easily rivals both of its sequel's implementations when it comes to the power it offers. It will be any mage class's best friend. You can create spells that reverse this damage scaling issue, but still cost a similar amount of magicka to cast, nullifying the need for these basic offerings. The custom spells may have low initial damage, but as they become more powerful as you level, they will scale to help you in overcoming the more powerful enemies as you level up, and won't require you to resort to buying more and more spells as the difficulty increases. This can be clearly seen in an example using Firestorm. This is a mid-game destruction spell, which, due to the spell point cost of casting it, won't be accessible to most mages until they're around level 10 or above. It deals 1 to 35 points of damage up front, and an additional 1 to 5 points per level. At level 10 then, the best you can hope for, with a perfect roll, is 85 hit points. Not bad, but it can be better. My homebrew Fire Hurricane spell costs a similar amount of spell points to cast, but is far better by the end game. It deals just 5 to 15 points of damage up front, but has an additional 25 to 40 hit points per level. Where Firestorm could only hit for 85 hit points at level 10, Fire Hurricane can hit for 415 hit points. A massive difference, and honestly something that can become pretty unbalanced. The only form of balancing for this is the cost of the service. Fire Hurricane came in at nearly 10 times the cost of Firestorm. By level 10 however, when you will actually start needing these nuke-like spells, you should be flushed with gold from looting dungeons. If you aren't, then a few side quests will earn the cash needed. It will be more than worth the time investment. The same holds true for all kinds of spells. Shalador's Mirror, for example, is a high-tier magic reflect spell that has a base chance of 40% to reflect, which increases by 2% per level. For the same spell point cost, you can create a spell that has just a 1% chance at base level, but scales by 15% per level, meaning that at just level 7, you will have 100% chance to reflect all damage, which makes the custom spell not only superior, but the best it can physically be. You would need to be level 30 for the same 100% reflection with Shalador's Mirror. The Spellmaker really makes the late game far more palatable. Liches and the like become much easier to best in combat, and the high purchase cost of these mega spells actually gave me the motivation to grind out side quests and random dungeons. You can't become a full god, however. There is a limit to how powerful you can make this custom magic when it comes to the spell point cost. The highest pool of magicka you can get is 300, using the Sorcerer class. These lads are the original Atronach's birth sign, as they can't heal magicka without potions. This is a hard trade-off to make, as the restore power potions they need to rely on are often very weak. Any spells that have a higher cost than 300 will forever be uncastable. Spells do get cheaper to cast as you level, so a spell that requires 301 spell points at level 5 will be usable as you get stronger, but just be wary of this number if gold is not your restriction. Most of the time you'll want to be able to cast more than one spell per full mana pool, so keeping the spell point cost down is a priority. Combination spells can be particularly devastating. I really liked my custom Medusa Venom Hex, which combines paralysis with a poison over time effect. This was more expensive to cast, but was very satisfying to watch, as a monster that once gave me trouble would be frozen in place only to slowly lose health until they died. The best bang for your buck, both in gold and spell points, is to focus on pure firepower. Arguably there isn't any reason to paralyze an enemy if you can simply one-shot them, but that isn't always as fun. The one downside with the Spellmaker is the UI. Daggerfall's wasn't much better, with Morrowind's being the easiest to intuitively learn in my opinion. Arena's spellmaking interface is pretty cluttered. I personally struggled to tell what was just text and what was a button until I learned what everything was. Still, this minor hurdle is more than worth overcoming. Skyrim's crafting exploits are infamous. It's only poignant that its great-great-grandfather was equally as broken. By overflowing the spell point cost to over 65535, the number will reset to 0, allowing you to create ungodly atomic blasts that can be cast for just 5 spell points. Even the gold cost resets. You will need to be cautious if you plan to break the game this way though. The Spellmaker is very unstable.
Oh, and the game crashed. Well, don't mess around with the Spellmaker, because the game will just give up.
Just to capture gameplay for this section, I crashed 6 times when I got too cocky with increasing certain parts of a spell's effect. Bethesda were trying to prevent the Eternal Champion from attaining Kim, I assume. Outside of the Spellmaker, most of the spells found in Daggerfall and Morrowind are here. You can damage attributes, resist elements, turn invisible, cure any ailments to yourself, light up the environment, lock and open doors and containers, silence enemies, absorb enemy spells into your mana pool, or vampire away enemy health and fatigue for yourself. Unlike in the other titles in the series, in Arena you can actually cast spells while paralyzed too, which makes the Cure Paralysis spell useful and not a redundancy. Magic was more balanced in Daggerfall. It's evidently clear that they went a little overboard with the magic in Arena and tried to later curb their mistake of making mages far more fun and rewarding than being a warrior or a thief.
This is a review of Skyrim, how people see your game. You know, what are the things they pick out and say, well, that's what's important. What's very interesting about this review is I actually changed a word of it. I changed the words Arena to Skyrim. So that review is about the first Elder Scrolls. The experience of that franchise is still the same through all of the games.
There's an entire world to explore here, but what is that world actually like? And what is there to see, do, and experience? Let's start with our first introduction to Tamriel, back at that blue portal in the Imperial Sewer. After teleporting through it, you find yourself in a town of your race's native country, Hammerfell for Red Gods, Skyrim for Nords, and so on. As is Elder Scrolls tradition, from here you can go and do whatever the game will let you. You don't need to follow the narrative. You can frankly ignore whatever those cutscenes were imploring you to do. You can go live your life. Well, kinda. This isn't Daggerfall, and it is by far the most limiting of the mainline games. Let's take a walk out in the countryside to show you what I mean. Here we are, taking a nice walk outside of the city, into the aptly named Wilderness. Arguably, Arena is one of the biggest games ever made, a statement that reigns true for any game that relies on endless procedural generation. Despite the manual stating as much, you can never reach the next city without the use of the travel map interface. You are instead stuck in a perpetual loop of land that surrounds each settlement. Some online articles even make fictional statements about the world being around 6 million square kilometers large. I can't blame them too much for this inaccuracy. The game manual does say that it's possible to walk from one settlement to another. I guess Bethesda were hoping someone wasn't determined enough to try it. Enter How Big Is the Map, a fellow YouTuber that has tried it. Lo and behold, the manual was indeed false. I tried it myself too, leaving Arena running for hours with the W key pressed in, and yep, I had the same result. The Wilderness never connects to another city, and you never move on the map, always remaining where you started. The type of procedural generation used isn't something comparable to modern games that use processors under the same name. Where Minecraft uses complex algorithms and biomes to create vast worlds, Arena has a more simple approach, an approach that a mighty CPU would be able to handle. The Wilderness is made of 66 hand-designed blocks that are interconnected using a basic algorithm that stitches them together based on a seed that follows the first 4 letters of the local settlement's name. What this means is that the Wilderness isn't random, it will always be the same for that province. The Wilderness around Rehad will be the same for you as someone else with an entirely different copy of the game. As the seed is based on those first 4 letters, settlements with similar names will have identical exteriors, such as Rock Grove and Rock Park in Blackmarsh. The Wilderness doesn't continue forever either, it only tries to make you think that it does. Each settlement is surrounded by a maximum of 64 by 64 of the handmade blocks. After enough time, you will run into a city, only to find that it's the exact same one you started from. It's an endless loop, with the only end goal being to reach the glitch lands, which is why I tried it. After 2 hours, I never got there though, so you'll have to be happy with this UESP screenshot. These handmade blocks contain all sorts of locations to discover and venture to. Ruined mausoleums, farming communities, an unexplored cave, a bustling suburb, an abandoned tower, or a lord's country estate. It's a dangerous area even in daylight, but the rewards for exploration are enormous. Or so says the strategy guide. I'm gonna be honest, it just doesn't hold up. There isn't any intrinsic motivation for going out of your way to find most of these. The existence of a farm or a suburb may be interesting in '94, when the idea of a huge wilderness was unique, but now there is no need to find these places. Computer Gaming World gave this part of the game quite high esteem, saying that this was one of the rare games that had a world worth exploring, with the reasons being the great graphics, dynamic time of day, and active weather systems that change from clear to rain to snow and more. For the time, this was true. The manual points out that the player is able to see a spectacular sunset in the Hammerfell Desert, one of the infamous Black Marsh thunderstorms crashing through the lush rainforest, and a quiet morning in Skyrim after a late night winter frost. You could go through the entire game without looking at any of these, as you could in real life. But would you want to? Ted, your salesmanship is obvious from this paragraph, but sadly this did not hold up against the bitter wheel of time. The extrinsic reason of trying to find a reward for your efforts of exploring the wilderness will lead you to the dungeons, crypts, and castles. The Codex Scientia makes a point of mentioning there can be a wizard's towers or lich's mausoleums too, but bar the layout differences, the goal of grinding experience and finding loot remains the same. A thief could theoretically find riches in a lord's estate, but they could do the same in town, so why make the effort of coming out here? Even when arguing for role-playing, the limitations of the game systems makes exploring limited at best. Arena does shine in areas, but this outside world just isn't one of them. That doesn't mean you should completely write off the wilderness. It does have one purpose. It has a lower chance of nighttime random encounters than the cities do. The in-game reason for this is that brigands and wandering monsters consider cities to be open game at night, while the people of the wilderness are more spread out, so the enemies don't bother with that area as much. If you arrive at an unfamiliar town late at night and aren't sure where to find the closest tavern to get out of the dangerous streets, you can instead slip outside the city gates and rest out in the open pretty safely. And there are the random dungeons I mentioned. Combat is one of the fastest ways to level up and earn gold, with most cities having a minor dungeon or two not far outside the main gate. These strongholds are not too difficult to find, and personally I find them more fun to grind out levels on than some of the early side quests, which we'll look at later. Since you can revisit them every day to face new enemies and find more loot, they can be a good source of consistent income for a new character. This is the only kind of RP that includes the wilderness that feels right to me. Becoming an amateur adventurer who strolls out for more loot after a night of licking their wounds in the local tavern. You will be needing to heal that way too. While the enemies are generally low level, they can still put up one hell of a fight at this early time in the game. Because of the way the overworld is generated, there are potentially hundreds of dungeons players can explore. However, they mostly conform to the same layouts and aren't anywhere near as dynamic as Daggerfall. Crypts are just one level full of locked doors. They often don't contain enemies, but if they do, it will be rats, wolves, or at worst, some low-level undead like a skeleton. Be wary that a lich's mausoleum may look the same on the inside, but the exterior will give it away. As the name implies, you will find greater undead foes in these. Castles and towers are larger at around 3 to 4 stories, but they follow basic floor plans of a corridor with rooms shooting off of it. Following the corridor will bring you to the staircase up to the next level, while entering the rooms will bring you to the enemy encounters and treasure piles that you came here for. Then comes the underground caves. These are similar in size to the main quest dungeons, without the interesting handmade layouts, instead being the result of an algorithmic amalgamation of what few tile sets the designers had made for the game to utilize. Being the largest of the 3 archetypes, these dungeons are the best source of gold for adventurers. As a glorified dungeon crawler, Arena was well aware that this is what a significant number of their 1994 audience would be playing the game for, with the manual pointing the player towards a cavern south of Ebonheart to cut their teeth on. Arena may be the biggest game in the series, both in reality and in lore, but exploring outside of the towns is only reserved for the hardcore fan or the retro addicts who want to experience some of the earliest vast open world first person gameplay ever made. Outside of these two groups, you may find yourself better off staying in a city. The wilderness may be a miss, but towns are better, as they would need to be, because these will be the hubs for everything outside of the story dungeons. They exist for the purpose of getting you ready for your next delve. Sources conflict on whether the towns were randomly generated or handmade, but it doesn't matter too much either way, as they can become a bit samey over time. Seeing as there are over 100 of them, I'm leaning towards them being mostly random, with some minor human touches in places. I should mention that, as with Daggerfall, these cities, non-story dungeons, shop names and so forth are not randomly generated on the fly. They will remain constant within the game. Your copy is identical to someone else's. Instead, they were randomly generated back in Bethesda's office in 1993 or 94 during development. You've got to hand it to that original team. These towns offer way better variety than Daggerfall. While they are all walled and sit on a flat plane like that sequel, The variety of the architecture is greater, as you would expect with the game encompassing so many cultures. Nordic towns feel appropriately cold and North European, with dark stonework and snowy streets. Hammerfell's desert cities reflect Northern Africa's whitewashed, flat-roofed buildings, and High Rock is filled with all the English wood-framed domiciles. Albeit these differences don't reflect the modern lore. Blackmarsh, for example, still follows the same human-style structures as any other province. Still, the difference in aesthetics does help with the illusion that you are in a different country to where you were previously. NPCs will also change race depending on location, although again this does not meld very well with modern lore. Dark Elves will be dressed like Bretons but with grey skin, and so on. Red Guards are certainly the most enlightened of the races, with their choice of acceptable outdoors clothing, that's for sure. We can only hope that these return if The Elder Scrolls 6 is set in Hammerfell. Cities feel a little more real in Arena too, with ports, canals, distinct districts for the rich with hedged gardens protecting them from the dirty masses, and static NPCs that help give some life to the world. From prostitutes advertising the local bed and breakfast, preachers giving sermons outside of a temple, gang members blocking your path in alleyways, or a street peddler selling their wares, and more. Past their uncommon sprites and animations, they don't give any kind of unique dialogue, but their inclusion does help sell the city as a lived-in location. At least to some degree. Let's not kid ourselves, there's only so much these retro graphics can pull off. Overall, the random generation isn't too obvious, except for times when you enter a hedge mage that leads to nowhere. The clear use of random generation comes with the names of the stores or inns. Oftentimes a town will have buildings with similar names, which can cause a problem for those with memories that aren't too great. There are times where the stores filled with the worst gear are dubbed quality wares. Although you could interpret this as a shady store owner lying to make his shop look more appealing, or the reality that the random generation got it wrong. There are 3 sizes of settlement: cities, towns, and villages. They all contain the same kinds of buildings, but you are more likely to find work in the bigger towns or cities than in a sleepy village. On your town map, all building entrances will be marked as a red square, apart from the palace, which is a gap in the surrounding town walls. You can type on the map to mark interesting places or buildings, or simply right-click on the door of a service building to have the game do it automatically for you. When first entering the city, there is no way to identify which building is which via the map. It's realistic, I guess, but I'm glad Daggerfall understood that a colour change can go a long way in making navigation less frustrating. In Arena, you will have to rely on the various architectural styles to determine a building, like these red buildings in Hammerfell indicating a tavern. These are different for every region of Tamriel, with some being more obvious than others. Inns in Skyrim are the hardest to find in my experience, with the only tell being the windows covered in moon-decorated shutters. It's these service buildings that players will find themselves using the most. There are 5 types: equipment stores, temples, taverns, the Mage's Guild, and the castle. Generally, there will be multiple of the first 3, but there is only one Mage's Guild and castle per city. Equipment stores are arguably the most important, as these will be your means of securing cash to use elsewhere. They can be identified by the crossed weapon signage and their unique exterior, which again varies by architectural style, so you will have to learn it for each province. But once you know it, you can spot these easily. Walking inside and we're greeted by some flavor text and the best damn song in the game, a variation on the main theme. It's only 60 seconds long and plays on a loop, but it is by far the most epic track you will experience as you play. Ahead of us stands Chad himself, a 9-foot tall Goliath. His height is likely just an error in calculating how big he should be, but this mistake has cemented him as one of the coolest Nords in the series. There's nothing to show that he actually is a Nord, but look at him. What else could he be? Also, he either comes from the biggest family of brothers ever, or can teleport, because he is the smith in every single store in the game. Clicking on him will open the dialogue menu, and from here we can buy new weapons and armor or sell what we have found during our quests. As you go to sell an item, the full price will be shown on the list. This is an unobtainable number, however. Even with 100 personality, you will only be able to hit 99% of this. Once you start a purchase or selling process, the smith will give you his price, and you can either accept or try and change the offer to be more in your favour. Bargaining is an interesting mechanic here, working closer to real life than the other iterations we have seen in the series. The player starts by whittling down the shopkeeper, who will retort with a middle ground, and you go from there, slowly eking the price down to something much more comfortable. This means you can really get your bang for your buck in the early to mid game, being able to save hundreds of gold coins. Although by the late game, the time save of just skipping this tedious task will be worth it, as you will likely be flushed with gold anyway. You can save extra gold with good timing. By using the festival dates marked on the calendar at the back of the game's manual, you can use special holidays to receive half prices or even access to a few services for free. The removal of the importance of holidays is a curiously missing feature in later games. They all keep track of the date using in-game calendars, yet only the first two games take advantage of it to change the player's gameplay experience, even if it is only to this minor degree. The holidays are not only mechanically useful, but they also add a lot to the world building, something otherwise lacking in Arena. Feast days, celebrations of the new year, and marking special anniversaries, to name just a few. Oddly enough, despite everything else being random, store inventory isn't random. By using the UESP, you can actually track down weapon and armors with special enchantments. When it comes to some of the strongest late game items, this is your best shot to secure something rather than looting and hoping for the best. By right-clicking on an enchanted item in your inventory, you can find how many charges it has left, and if it is damaged. For a fee, the blacksmith will repair any broken items, which will also restore the charges of any enchantments back to full, replacing or I guess preceding the soul gem mechanic. This isn't particularly costly, but does take a few in-game days, so be prepared to use a replacement for a while, or sleep the days away in an inn until it has been repaired. Unlike the sequels, the player is stuck with one type of underclothing to wear for the entire game. Jewelry isn't visible, and as plate armor is the only armor that can have different materials, it is only these subtle changes in color that give the player any form of customization over their character, barred the faces in the character creator. Your default clothing depends on which class is chosen at the beginning of the game and your race. You'll want to get the best armor that your class allows to have any chance at survival anyway, so this difference will soon be covered up. This game is certainly not ideal for those who enjoy their fantasy attire. With some fresh gear and our pockets full of gold from selling our loot to the equipment store, we can head over to the temple for healing. Priests can cure any disease or poison afflicting your character, and for a fee, offer a blessing. Blessings are a minor buff that is stored internally as a stat that normally sits at 0. You can't identify this stat in-game, or if you even have the buff active. It's possible to lose the blessing by simply saving and loading the game too. Yeah, this mechanic is fairly bugged. It works by slightly increasing your chance to hit an enemy based on the amount of money you donated. For every 5 gold pieces, the buff is marginally increased, and it lasts around 1 month of in-game time from when you paid for it. This gameplay system is futile though, as due to another bug, the buff is also applied to enemies. Only very tanky builds that can take the extra punishment for monsters may still find worth in a higher hit chance, but for most, this obviously should be avoided. The castle can be seen far off in the distance as you approach the gates in the wall. Just kidding, it's actually a sprite a few inches away from your face. Inside you will be greeted by the local leader's personal guard, and at the end of the throne room, the lord, lady, king or queen themselves. Stronger characters will be able to access the better paying side quests from these nobles, but at this early game stage, they will just ask you to come back later. The Mages Guild is the only guild building available, and can usually be identified on the town map by its unique size and shape, and the eye sign that hangs on the outside, a symbol still used by the guild even in Oblivion. Inside you will find the most stereotypical wizard possible, wearing his night sky pajamas and pointy hat. These guys sell potions, magical items, spells, and give access to that mighty spellmaker. Mages can also identify the magical items you pick up in dungeons, changing them from a vaguely named blue font to a specifically named orange or red one. Because of these services, you will be spending a lot of time here. The potions are invaluable throughout the game, especially as finding them in loot is pretty rare. They also weigh nothing, so there's no harm in stocking up with as much as you can. The magical items are extraordinarily expensive, but if you can't cast spells, they are worth it. Identifying them is just as expensive, sadly. A good way to identify an item without actually paying for it is to use this eye-watering number as a guide. If an item costs a few hundred gold to identify, then you know it can't be too good. If it costs an arm or a leg, then it's worth your time to try and find out what it does. Our last service building is the inn, tavern or public house, the pub. These fine drinking establishments are ran by portly men who are very thorough in their cleaning process. Yeah, some of these animations are quite odd. Even footage played on real hardware highlights that their lack of frames has them playing at way too fast speed, from this barkeep to the beggars in the streets. As this was never patched, it probably isn't a bug and instead an amusing design choice. My only guess is that each frame of animation is being played using the same playback speed, so a 10-frame animation cycle looks more natural than a 2 or 4 frame one as seen with these folks. Around the bartender, you will find all sorts of clientele to converse with. However, the patrons are as rude as you would expect. They're quick to dismiss the player, regardless of their race, gender, or reputation. They really do love to bring up your race though. The only people worth talking to are the bartenders and the minstrels, as at least these guys aren't too harsh. Inns serve 3 purposes. The first being access to lodging. The player can rent a room from the bartender for up to 99 days at a time. While you can choose the size of your room, this won't make any difference gameplay wise, and only exists as a way to burn extra cash as you roleplay as Tamriel's richest person. The second purpose is that they act as a hub for the low-level quests. The proprietor has a chance of holding a job that the player can accept. Tavern quests won't require the player to leave town and mostly don't involve combat, making them ideal for the first few levels of your playthrough. The third service is what a pub exists for: alcohol. You can purchase and drink from a number of intoxicating beverages. Drunkenness comes in stages, with each stage increasing your strength, endurance and luck, while decreasing your intelligence, agility, speed and personality. Stages will infinitely increase, and if any of your stats reach 0, you will die of alcohol poisoning, so be careful not to overdo it. The speed at which your attributes increase and decrease is calculated based on the price of the alcohol, resulting in the more expensive options essentially being stronger than the cheaper ones, just as spirits are stronger than beer in real life. Your alcohol tolerance is calculated using your endurance. The higher it is, the harder it will be for your character to reach the next stage of drunkenness. Each stage lasts 1 in-game hour, so the effects can be easily removed by sleeping or fast traveling. Due to this, you won't be able to use alcohol to buff you for the majority of the main quest dungeons, as they require long distance travel, but you can use it for the ones in the wilderness, and for the final dungeon of the game, located within the Imperial City. Counteracting the perceptions you may have based on the later Elder Scrolls games, it is actually Bretons who have the highest tolerance to booze in Arena. Their tolerance is so strong that at 100 endurance, a bug results from the hidden tolerance number being too high, causing the price of a drink to no longer change the effect it has on your attributes, resulting in them either having no effect or the opposite effect as normal, or sometimes one drink being so exceptionally strong that it can result in instant death.
All of this just works. I'm not kidding.
The various room sizes and the mostly useless alcohol buff/debuff are the few life sim elements in Arena, with all other services existing only for their direct relation to the main gameplay loop. As we saw in the development section, it's clear that the towns and cities were an afterthought to the main purpose of the game. Outside of the folks in the taverns, NPCs fill every city, walking around, seemingly living their lives. If you have your weapon drawn, they will even run away from you in fear. If you come to them in peace instead, they will stop to greet you and offer the player some aid. In the dialogue menu, we have two categories: the useful and essential gameplay features that exist to make town gameplay less of a chore, and these useless things. Each NPC may have his or her own name and profession, but it doesn't matter if NPC Wendell is a butcher, baker, or candlestick maker. The non-player character's identity has no bearing whatsoever on your interaction with them or your quest, and as a result, conversations consist of isolated questions and answers about directions, never developing to reveal any unique characters in the overworld. Rumors suffer the same fate. Even worse is that an argument that these bits of flavor text exist for roleplaying falls flat too, as they're all rather lifeless in their writing, boiling down to random notices of war or other pieces of nonsense that have no bearing or reflection in game. They weren't much better in Daggerfall, I'll agree. The majority of random NPCs in both don't hold up to the illusion of a living world, acting more as a simple method of conveying information to the player if they need a quest or are lost. They are walking signposts that happen to have names and jobs, or so they say as they aimlessly run back and forth. As you will be required to chat to these speedwalking locals whenever you need directions or tips on where to look for work, the town part of the game does become exceptionally repetitive and tiresome. I often just chose to use one town per province as I made my way through the story. That way I didn't need to constantly learn the layout of a new town, and could get my bearings to some degree. NPC names don't follow modern Elder Scrolls lore very well either. The name generator may appear random, but many of the names are direct references to other fantasy works and history, as with the town names themselves. Argonians are named after ancient Greek mythology and Roman history, High Elves after Tolkien, Bretons from King Arthur, and so on. The intelligent races of Tamriel aren't its only inhabitants. Arena's bestiary may be small, but that makes each enemy easier to recognize and remember. By the endgame, you'll be able to identify a mob by the tiny pixelated mess it makes in the distance. There are 5 categories: humanoids, beasts, undead, elementals, and demons. Humanoids cover all human enemies, from knights to mages, but also include orcish bandits, goblins, and the lizard men. Once believed to be related to Argonians, these mini dinosaurs are usually found harassing locals in towns at night. Beasts vary from the lowly rat to this gigantic Simpsons character, Minotaur. Keep an eye out for the wolves. Normal ones may be easy enough, but the magical kind, such as the snow wolves and hellhounds, can pack a punch, especially to an ill-prepared player. Although both are considered fairly low-level monsters and have low HP, when you're surrounded by a group of these beasts and they're blasting you with frost spells or fire magic, you better hope for some extra protection. A good defense is casting a spell reflection shield. With any luck, they'll damage themselves, so you won't even have to touch them. If you don't have any means to reflect spells, you need to get as close to them as fast as you can. They do less damage in hand-to-hand combat. Even more deadly are the spiders. If you don't have any potions or spells of resist poison, cure poison, or free action, aka cure paralysis, then you are straight up not going to have a good time. The chance of contracting a paralyzing poison is not that high, maxing out at 15%, but it's never convenient when it does happen. You are best off approaching spiders at a distance, using a bow or targeted magic spells. Or do as I did and choose a high elf for their inbuilt immunity to this hellish curse. The strongest of the beasts is the mighty troll, which is clearly just a mutated Mirelurk. No idea how these guys are meant to be related. Trolls hit hard, are immune to fire, and can only be killed with magic. Damage of any other kind will only knock them out, where their health will regenerate until they stand back up. They are one of the few enemies that can be easily telegraphed by the regenerating text that pops up as they spawn in. The undead are obvious, with skeletons being the lowly fodder, zombies in the middle, and the fearsome lich reigning supreme over all. The first undead you will encounter is the ghoul in the second story dungeon, where they can end many a run with their high damage and ability to inflict deadly diseases. As with spiders, you'll want to use potions to prevent or cure these afflictions. Silver armor is also immune to all diseases, so wearing some can be a great help too. Being undead, silver weapons do double damage to all in this category, so if you must fight them in melee, having a silver weapon just for these guys can come in handy. Ghosts are the bane of all mages, as they will drain your magicka even if you cast a shield or reflect spell. Note that ghosts and a couple other monsters like wraiths and vampires will vaporize when they are defeated, meaning that you can't loot them. You can get around this by casting a paralysis spell on them before they die. This will cause their bodies to remain in Nirn, where you can harvest any treasure that they carried. Loot scales with the monster it was held by, so this is worth the effort. Wraiths are more powerful ghosts with a more devastating punch, but they don't drain magicka, making a reflection spell particularly useful against them. Vampires are the second hardest mob in the game, and are only present in the last couple of dungeons. Any weapon that isn't dwarven quality or above will be useless against them, and they have a chance of giving some particularly nasty diseases that can easily kill you after your battle with them. Cure disease potions and spells will be a must by the time you encounter these guys. Just like with the trolls, vampires also slowly regenerate health until they're killed off by a magical attack. A non-magical attack will only make them unconscious for a few moments. If you are a thief or warrior and don't have enchanted items that deal magical damage, your best bet is to avoid them, or knock them down and run. They have the second highest pool of health at 500 hit points too, so plan accordingly and be prepared for a long battle. If you see two of them, good luck to you. The Liches are vampires, but even harder. All weapons below mithril quality are useless on them. They cannot be fully killed by non-magical means and have 750 hit points. Resist shock spells and potions are effective against them as their main spell is electricity based. They can also be silenced and paralyzed, which makes them sitting ducks. Once you have neutralized their source of damage on you, you can fight back pretty safely, even if their tankiness means it will take a while. The elemental enemies are formed of the three golems: stone, ice, and iron. This is just not right. I have no idea how these slipped in. They look like a sprite better suited for the Terminator games than a fantasy RPG. I guess we can retcon these as some kind of Dwemer Centurion type design, but man is it weird. The ice and iron golems have an aura of damage surrounding them that will hurt anyone close. Ice golems cast exclusively frost-based spells, so they can easily be neutralized with a resist cold potion. Be wary though of fighting any golem in melee. They are particularly strong and hit hard in hand-to-hand combat. Ice golems are weak to fire spells, while iron golems receive just half damage from fire and frost spells, and are actually healed by shock spells, like some kind of giant Elder Scrolls Magneton. Stone golems don't have the damage auras, but they do throw powerful large boulders from a distance, so it's best to rush them and engage in melee, even if they do hit hard. Shock spells will do double damage to them too. Finally, we have the demons, the last three enemies the game has to offer in its relatively limited roster of 23 monsters. Homunculus are like the forbidden baby of a dragonlin and an imp. They may be small, but they pack a lot of damage behind their magic. Resist shock spells and potions are most effective against their electrical bolts. Their low strength does make them easy to fight up close. Fire demons are essentially the proto-Daedroths, huge dinosaurs that breathe fire and tower over anything else. You'll need mithril or better to harm them, and they're immune to fire spells. Pop a resist fire potion and paralyze them so you can laugh as you chip away at their 350 hit points. We end with the Medusa. These are the spiders on steroids. You will be paralyzed when fighting these guys. They are one of the few monsters that are resistant to paralysis and other magic, so you can't rely on a reflection spell to protect you. Melee will be your best bet, and you will need a lot of free action potions. As I'm sure you can tell, paralysis is strong, which is why using it to your benefit while avoiding it yourself should always be a priority. That covers every being that you can face in combat. I brushed over humans because they're mostly boring, past their comical art of being a Phase 1 Iron Man or Merlin the Wizard. Just hit them hard and you'll be fine. Of course, there is one more enemy, Tharn, but we'll cover him when we get to the story section. With over 20 hours of gameplay just following that story, the limited number of monsters that you come across again and again as you play does become repetitive. The game does fortunately drip feed them to you over time, so each dungeon generally introduces you to a few new ones. By the end though, you will have seen them all, and you will know what's worth spending time fighting or just avoiding if you can. The world of Arena doesn't compare to the later games then, but that was going to be obvious. LaFay said it best: when starting a series, your goal is to make a good game, not a unique one.
You can be as original as you want, and it can still be shit. What you need to do is not an original game, you need to do a good game. If it's original, great, that's an extra bonus on it, but first it has to be good. There's a reason why vanilla is so damn popular, because people like vanilla. They understand it, they get it, and get into it, they know it.
They didn't have time to focus on lore or diversifying their world outside of generic fantasy. Their focus was creating an action RPG that was fun to play. And compared to the competition, it fits right in with them, being just as fun as many other early 90s role-playing games. You can visit the swamps of Blackmarsh or the deserts of Hammerfell in all the graphical splendor that 1994 could muster, filled with hundreds of mechanically identical towns and dungeons that dot the map. The main problem is the lack of any intrinsic or extrinsic motivation to do so. There isn't much beneath the giant map. The world of Arena isn't a continuous connected land worth exploring. By the midway point of your playthrough, your character will be close to an unstoppable force, with very little reason to go looking for side opportunities to make money or grind experience. And as far as the virtual tourism goes, once you've seen one town in each province, you will know what to expect. The textures may change, but for the most part, the hundreds of locations are interchangeable. Clearly, the game revolves around the main quest, which is why even the developers were amazed when playtesting revealed that people enjoyed the side quests so much. The world may be barren, but at least these offer something to do within it. Side quests weren't something new to CRPGs, but reviewers did make a point of mentioning that Arena did have many more than any other game they had played at the time. But more isn't always better. Every side quest is randomized, coming with the problems associated with that. The people involved, the locations you must visit, and the time you have to complete it by are determined by the computer. The tasks set for you can be one of several types, each with a few variations of the general flavor text that said randomized elements sit within. Peterson mentioned that the choice to use random quests came out of a necessity to accommodate the sheer size of the game world. Handwriting hundreds of them wouldn't have been feasible, especially as they were already constrained by file sizes. He says that he found it difficult to write quests this way, as it was a guarantee that players would eventually reach a point where they are playing the same quest again, just with different people and places involved. A point that is the main weakness of Arena's quests. This system also limited the type of quests that could be written, as the quest had to be easily broken down to its most basic components for the algorithm to change the parameters within. He expressed that with the limited time that they had to make the game, whether the player could have 10 good, unique handmade quests versus 100 random quests wouldn't matter, because they would eventually end up playing the same ones over and over again regardless. It's the downside of such a large world. It needs an impossibly large amount of content to fill it. Asking NPCs for work will direct the player to an inn or the local palace. Tavern quests are the fastest and easiest with the least reward, only 50 experience points per level, and usually under 100 gold pieces. Royal quests require more time and skill to successfully complete. The compensation reflects this. The high level ones can reach the heights of 10,000 gold pieces or more, with an experience reward of 500 XP per level. When you accept a quest, it is added to your quest log. What's this in the bottom left? You can print out the quest log? This highlights the old school mentality that Arena follows. As a modern gamer, I look at this scrolling list and consider it hard to navigate with the limited screen real estate. This is easily remedied when you can just print out the whole thing to have as a reference in front of you. Unfortunately, I couldn't get this to work through DOSBox. Before the 1.07 patch, printing out the quest log was actually the only way to keep more than 4 quests at any one time. The log would start to write over itself once the file had hit 2 megabytes in size. The quest would still be active, you just wouldn't have any way to check on it. So this print button existed as a workaround for that problem until it was later repaired. Right, there aren't enough quest types, and the ones that do exist are so hampered by simplicity and their dull gameplay loop that accepting these quests for any reason outside of the utility they supply in gold and experience quickly becomes a chore. Of course, the utility is the only reason that they exist. They weren't trying to make them anything more than that. But it still hampers the gameplay experience for fans who don't want to just focus on the story. There aren't any overarching plots, character development, or anything associated with a good side quest in a modern RPG. We'll start with the tavern quests. These are exceptionally easy, never leaving the settlement you are in and boiling down to a fetch quest of finding where the exact building you must go to is located. You can only do that by following the vague directions from the locals until you stumble upon it. Each one follows a general item delivery, item retrieval, or escort format. I'm sure I don't need to explain what these concepts are, and either way they are nearly identical, the only differences being the purpose for the quest, contained in a paragraph or two when you first find the quest giver. Where Daggerfall's side quest flavor text was seen as a positive by me, that doesn't extend so well to Arena. These are much more simple in design and frankly just not as interesting to read. The time limit for tavern quests is 2 days, which is way more than you will need. Even in a massive city, finding a location will only take a few real-life minutes, equating to maybe half a day in-game max. These quests are the easiest way to quickly earn a small amount of gold. Even though you'll only gain a little bit of experience for each completed quest, it swiftly adds up until you reach around level 5. By this point, performing these quests is way more hassle than it's worth. The best way to maximize your efficiency when performing this menial work is to find a small village with a limited number of service providers. As they are so small, there is no need to speak to a villager to find a quest, as you can simply take a tour of the limited number of taverns until you find the one with a job. Time in Arena passes at a ratio of 1 to 12, where 1 minute of our real world time equates to around 12 minutes of in-game time. With this in mind, and with the average tavern quest taking around 5 to 10 minutes, you can complete 4 to 6 quests during daylight hours before you will need to spend some of your hard-earned gold to stay the night at an inn. It's possible that the CPU clock speed setting of your DOSBox installation could alter this passage of time to some degree, so I may be slightly off, but from my testing it appears to be tied to your system clock. The quests do get a bit more interesting with the Noble quest, which are only offered by the ruling kings or queens of the towns and cities. Most of these smaller locations won't usually have one of these rulers, but the main cities of a province are more likely to. The chance of receiving these quests grows 5% per level, starting at 0% at level 1. This helps prevent underleveled players from accidentally falling into a job that they have no chance of completing. Players will also need a decently high reputation, which can be increased by performing the easier tavern jobs or by progressing the main story. A low reputation, either from ignoring your responsibility as the local pub's Uber Eats driver or by being a nefarious individual who steals and murders, will result in a Royal Quest giver informing you that they do have some work, but that you aren't the sort of individual that they can trust to perform it. These quests are difficult and will usually result in a random dungeon crawl and combat against tough enemies. If you are level 10 or higher, you'll be able to do most of these quests with no issue, just be cautious attempting them below that. Not all of them are dungeon romps however. Some of them are, you guessed it, our favourite fetch quests. Even the nobles need to use some random nobody to recover or transport some object for them. The player will be required to travel to a foreign settlement to do so, and the time limit will reflect this journey, though it will still be tight, not leaving you much leeway to get distracted. When you arrive at the correct town, or when you rest in an inn, there is a chance that you will be attacked by an outlaw faction that is mentioned in the flavor text when you receive the job. These can be the Thieves Guild, Dark Brotherhood, or others, even including the Blades. These guilds may have only existed in name at this point, but fair dues to Bethesda for being consistent. Who would have thought some throwaway bad guys in their first RPG would be cornerstones of the series all these years later? Peterson explained that they were added as general concepts of antagonists and that their names were as much lore as they had. Sometimes you are asked to capture the criminal. This one is self-explanatory. It involves finding and apprehending an outlaw. You are directed to a random dungeon which is placed on your world map. All of these world map dungeons share the same footprint with randomized layouts. The staircases are located in these same locations, so finding your way around isn't too much of a hassle. The player must explore each floor until they find the delinquent, attacking them to add them to your heads-up display as a prisoner. I mentioned it in the Daggerfall analysis, but I am so thankful we don't have to physically escort them like in the later games. A floating head is much easier to babysit. The Lawbreaker isn't too hard to fight. The real danger of this quest is the random monsters that spawn in on the same floor as them, which can vary from a Minotaur on the weekend right up to a Lich. This is chosen regardless of your level too, so if you get a Lich and you're only level 10, good luck to you. Running past them to get the criminal and then running away will be your best chance. Rescue quests are essentially the same, but instead of finding an offender, we are saving the heir to the local crown. The dungeons in this type of quest are only one leveled and feature a random boss monster in the same room as the person who needs to be rescued. This boss follows the same randomness as the Capture the Criminal quest, but is much harder to avoid due to their close proximity to the person you are saving. Some of the quests remove the NPC entirely and have you exploring the dungeons to find the final high-leveled mob you need to kill in a hunt. These are a hard fight. I made the mistake of accepting my first one at level 7 and it was a homunculus, an enemy you won't see until level 12 or so. It was a bit of a butt clencher. There are a few more, but they're all just escort quests, which indeed highlights how mundane this part of the game is. Despite most background lore of Tamriel not being established, many of the classic artifacts were introduced in Arena. These would go on to become recurring items of power, such as the Necromancer's Amulet, which is particularly important during Oblivion's Mages Guild questline. Others later were tied to the Aedra and Daedra, who did not currently exist. For example, the Ogma Infinium appears without a single mention of Hermaeus Mora. In some cases, an individual mentioned in an artifact quest had the privilege of becoming a Daedric prince. Boethiah is mentioned in regards to the Ebony Male, but only as an unstable dark elven goddess. Each artifact is tied to select provinces in Tamriel. The Ebony Male can only be found in Black Marsh, and the Staff of Magnus only in Elsewhere or Volinwood. You learn about these objects by travelling to the provinces they can be discovered in, and then asking the locals for rumours. Eventually, one may know of an artifact and direct you to someone who knows more in a local tavern. From there you receive the location to a dungeon that contains a map to the real location of the artifact, which is another dungeon following a randomized layout. There's certainly a pattern here. Due to the artifact's small size, finding them can prove difficult. Don't be surprised if you end up filling in the entire map trying to locate them. Unlike other quests, if you reject these quests, you will have the opportunity to reconsider and visit the tavern again to accept it. Being the capital province of the Empire, the citizens of Cyrodiil will have rumours concerning any artifact, regardless of the province it is found in, making the Imperial City the most convenient way to find these artifact quests. The Imperial City is noticeably not as grand as it is in Oblivion. As this cosmopolitan city doesn't have any noble quests and fewer tavern quests than the cities in the other provinces, the locals here are more likely to have an artifact quest in their rumour mill. Keep asking various NPCs and you will eventually find the one you are looking for. Without using exploits, you can only have one artifact at a time, barring the artifacts that are not contained in the player inventory, such as the Ogma Infinium, which disappears after you reap the rewards it bestows upon your attributes. Once you have an artifact, you will not be given any new artifact quests. I did mention that this was without exploits, so not all is lost if you have chosen to chase an artifact you later regret obtaining. As they are very powerful, they have been balanced by being limited. Once their abilities have been used a number of times, the artifact will eventually break, where it disappears and then reappears somewhere else in the world to be found again if you choose to. From here, all the artifact quests are re-entered into the rumour mill, and you are free to earn them once more. If you are instead happy with your choice, thankfully the blacksmith can restore the enchantment as a regular repair. Apparently he is the most skilled smith in the entire realm. The game-balanced choice of limiting the player to just one artifact at a time can be used to explain how the artifacts are acquired by various people and protagonists across the franchise's timeline. These magical items have minds of their own, where they travel across Tamriel to be found by the next worthy hero. Certain classes are barred from some artifacts, in which case the quest will never be offered to the player. Most mage classes cannot use archery, for example, hence they will never see any rumours to retrieve Auriel's bow. The artifacts are split into 4 categories: armour, weapons, jewellery, and miscellaneous. For armour, we have 2 shields and 2 cuirasses. Auriel's shield is an ebony shield that reflects spells and heals the player when used. Spellbreaker is a dwarven tower shield that reflects spells and silences enemies. The ebony mail and the Lord's mail are largely identical, both casting spell shields. The ebony mail casts a general shield spell and also resists fire, while the Lord's mail can cure poison and heal the player over time as well. These armor artifacts are weak compared to the others. They can be replaced by potions and spells with no issue. The weapon artifacts are better. The 2-handed weapons of Chrysamere, Volendrung, and the Staff of Magnus have decent physical damage for their weapon fields and are enchanted with helpful protective spells. Volendrung's paralysis spell is the most helpful though, giving non-spellcasters a consistent method of stopping foes in their tracks. The one-handed ebony blade has a similar damage output to Chrysamere and can be used alongside a shield, arguably the wisest choice of the two, with its lifesteal spell, acting as both an offensive and defensive charm. Auriel's bow is the best artifact in this category, as it can never miss. Archers are a viable option with this bad boy. Its fire enchantment will nearly always be a one-hit kill too, unless the enemy rolls a successful save roll. These artifacts are more like it, but again, unless you are a non-magical class, spells can do the same. Some of the materials don't work as you would expect with these two. The ebony blade looks like ebony, but only has the physical damage stat of the much lesser steel. However, it will still be able to attack enemies that steel cannot, so it's this weird amalgamation of the two. This may be a balancing attempt or a mistake, but it only strengthens my argument that the weapons and armors aren't your best choices. The same can actually be said for the jewelry category, but the high enchantment numbers these artifacts have means you won't be repairing them as much as the armor and weapons. They also weigh nothing. The Ring of Khajiit is perfect for thieves and assassins, boosting speed while casting invisibility. The Necromancer's Amulet is helpful for mage classes and is perfect for the sorcerer class, due to the amulet's spell absorption enchantment. The Warlock's Ring is best suited for warriors due to its very strong spell shield that cannot be achieved through potions, which leaves the Ring of Finaster as the odd one out. It's the perfect defensive artifact, nevertheless potions can do the same. Compared to its contemporaries, this ring just really doesn't sound worth it unless you are especially squishy. Even then I think the other ones are more worth your time. Finally, we have the miscellaneous artifacts, the Ogma Infinium, the Skeleton Key, and King Orgnum's Coffer, that third one there being the worst. It sits in your inventory, preventing you from getting another artifact, and only gives the player anywhere from 1 to 100 gold a day. This can be abused by spamming it in a tavern as you sleep, but getting money isn't that hard without it, not to mention that after acquiring just 10,000 gold from it, it disappears. The skeleton key is limited only by the game itself. You simply won't need to actually pick many locks during your adventure. Thieves can benefit when burglarizing a town, but that's about it. The chests you find in dungeons can be broken open by bashing them or just skipped. The loot you would have found can be replaced by normal loot piles everywhere else. Not to mention that by around level 5 to 6, most thief classes won't have any problems with locks, and they will still be too weak to attempt to grab the artifact from the dungeons it is hidden within before this. Bringing us to the very best artifact in the game, the Ogma Infinium. This bad boy gives you 50 attribute points to distribute as you see fit, and then promptly disappears, meaning you can get another artifact or go find the Ogma again and again, maxing out your stats at a relatively low level. If being overpowered is your goal, then using the following artifact exploit will be right up your aisle. First, max yourself out with the Ogma Infinium, then find an artifact you want from the other categories. Let's say the Lord's Mail. Get it and then use it once, and have the blacksmith repair it. As the item is no longer in your inventory, the game will be none the wiser and start giving you artifact quests again. Now you can get a shield like Spellbreaker, put that in the blacksmith and go get yourself a weapon like the Ebony Blade. With those three with the smith, we can grab a piece of jewelry, or two, you can actually get a ring and the necromancer's amulet. Remember to make a note of the blacksmiths you are using at this point. You don't want to forget where you left all your artifacts. Finally, you can then acquire the skeleton's key, at which point you will be the most powerful arena character of all time. By the time you get all of these, you would have leveled up like crazy from all of the dungeon crawling too. It does beg the question as to why you would actually do this. The story missions will now have no challenge, and even Daggerfall, the final boss, will be a chump to the god you have become. Then again, being overpowered, especially when you aren't supposed to be, will always have its allure. The Spellmaker can give you just as much power with less time, so pick your poison, or even use both if you want. I will admit that even those weakling thief subclasses are a blast to play when they have geared themselves up to be the second coming of Pelennor Whitestrake. That is the entirety of Arena's side quest roster. The compliments I paid to Daggerfall's random quest structure don't extend to this game. The window dressing writing isn't as interesting, the quest objectives aren't as varied, and the rest of the game isn't broad enough to carry these lackluster missions. Even when the rewards are awesome, as with the artifacts, you can play the entire game by predominantly ignoring them and only focusing on the main quest. These missions all exist in a microcosm that have no effect on the world. They feel disconnected from the story you have been compelled to follow since you hit new game. Without a sense of progression, whether that be from achieving new ranks within a guild or unlocking new services as you become more powerful, there is rarely, if ever, any urge to embark on the majority of these mundane side quests. The developers weren't blind to this issue. In his Indigo Gaming interview, Peterson discussed how computer dungeon masters have always struggled to replicate the heart of tabletop games. Arena's algorithm-driven tasks being a prime example where the creativity of a human DM has been hampered by far too basic formulae. Arena did try its best with the non-linear freedom of the infinite quests, despite how limited they are in retrospect. LaFay and Peterson were passionate to avoid bad tabletop experiences, where the DM always railroads the player into the story they have written and refuses to invent a story based on the player's choices. This is why failing quests, running away, saying no, or merely aimlessly exploring the wilderness is all allowed, an emphasis that has become the backbone of the series. Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim garner their widespreading love due to the freedom that Arena first implemented. Needless to say, those games do it way more effectively. Those options may exist here, but past their early game utility, practically all side quests are a waste of time, and worse, boring. Daggerfall excelled in its ability to portray the atmosphere and ambience that it wanted, despite the flaws of its age. Arena feels as it does with all of its other aspects. All the ingredients are there, but they haven't been combined as well as they would be in the sequels. The ingredients, however, are still good. The soundtrack and the main theme is another masterpiece from Eric Heberling. Grand, majestic, and as perfect for fantasy as any other. My only issue with it is that it isn't played enough. You can listen to a looped variation of it in the equipment store, but the full unaltered version is not played in-game, relegated to the opening menu. They should have gone the Morrowind route of having it play during gameplay. The tunes of the outside world complement Daggerfall with their charming lightheartedness, some even returned in the sequel. Dungeons maximize their use of ominous droning bass tones, accompanying the dark visuals perfectly. Something about these crunchy 16-bit notes alongside the pixelated hellscape around you evoke a sense of eeriness that only vintage media can. Like comparing classic horror with any myriad of modern horror films, or better yet, Alone in the Dark with Umbrella Corps. That lack of visual clarity promotes the human imagination to fill in the gaps. I immediately noticed how the developers were able to construct a truly menacing environment with so little. Before getting accustomed to the game, I found myself creeping slowly around, fearing what may be hiding out in that darkness. The atmosphere is broken by one additional aspect that is a necessary inclusion, but when not done correctly, it can break any immersion that the foreboding ambience has set up, and that's the sound effects. Daggerfall, Morrowind, even Oblivion, not to mention hundreds if not thousands of games across the decades, have utilized publicly available sound libraries. In the Elder Scrolls case, the Hanna-Barbera Sound FX Library, 2,200 sounds to choose from for all situations. Sound design is expensive, even more so the further back in time you go, and without these commercial sound packs, games would be lacking a lot in the audio department. That doesn't, however, excuse bad sound choice, and even worse, broken implementation. Some reviews pointed out that all non-human monsters have unique sound effects attached to them that help the player identify what they may face before they see them. And sure enough, this is true, but they aren't intuitive whatsoever. Spiders, minotaurs, and especially ghouls don't sound like one would imagine, even when you see them right in front of you producing the sound. It leads to a disconnect from an otherwise great application of oppressive dungeon crawling. To make matters worse, only one sound effect can play at a time. When you swing a weapon, it will make the appropriate sound effect, and your character will even snarl and roar to express the effort. But when you're confronting an enemy, if they make a sound, you will be silent. Worse still, your character grunts in pain when hit as an indication that you are taking damage. If there was another effect playing at the same time, however, then you will receive no audio feedback, causing you to spin wildly to try and find where you are receiving damage from, if you notice you are being hit at all, that is. As the dungeon music mostly sits in the background to promote the gloom of the caverns you're in, you don't often notice when it has been cut out by the fury of battle. This does become obvious when you come across a few of the rare ambient effects that stop it dead. As with Daggerfall, there isn't any combat music, but as combat outside of dungeons is more rare, its lack of inclusion isn't as easy to notice. The Dark Dungeon soundtrack already feels like a combat track at times. Given a little feather in Arena's cap, Ken Rolston, a key member of the game designing and writing teams for Morrowind and Oblivion, gave Arena praise for its ambience, exclaiming, "Each time I loved the creaking doors, squeaking rats, and long swims in flooded tunnels." My final complaint, which is true for many game soundtracks, is that it isn't long enough. You will eventually come across these same songs a lot during a standard 20-hour playthrough, leading to them growing from new to familiar to finally being either ignored or disliked due to the number of times you hear the same 60 seconds of looping music. Only the very best of the songs avoided this fate for myself, in my case being the main theme and Sunny Day. The whole soundtrack comes to a paltry 1 hour, which is why you are hearing a host of songs in the background from the rest of the series. Arena's main quest is the only mainline story to take place in the entirety of Tamriel. Due to this, in lore, the entire length of the main character's adventure took 10 years. Fortunately, it only takes around 20 hours for the player. There is a lot of early installment weirdness here. Most of the series lore doesn't exist or is only present in name or obscure imagery. This leads to a number of elements that would be either ignored or retconned in the sequels, most obviously being the strange bestiary, and that orcs at this point are just rip-off Tolkien orcs, dumb enemies with no more substance to them. It may surprise some of you that despite how old the game is, the plot is not as dated within the lore. In fact, it takes place only 34 years before the events of Oblivion, with those first 4 games happening within a single human generation. I will be referring to the player as the Eternal Champion. He does have some other names, which we'll get into, as well as the fact that he is canonically a he, something Bethesda has since avoided, with race, sex, and name being left up to player discrepancy in later games. But not here. The story was sidelined, resulting in it feeling more like it belongs in a linear game, because that's exactly what it was for. In a 2001 interview, Peterson laid out that the story developed that there was an evil wizard named Tharn, who you could only defeat once you made it to the final tournament in the Imperial City. We eventually dropped the whole tournament idea altogether and just focused on the quests and the dungeon delving. In the end, we had a game that almost didn't resemble our original idea at all. It was a hardcore role-playing game with a story that didn't match what it had become. Which meant that the game titled Arena no longer had any arenas. The lore-friendly explanation invented for this was that Tamriel was so violent it had been nicknamed the Arena, despite it never being called that ever again. In an attempt to make the game seem more like a CRPG than an action game, the Elder Scrolls was added as a prefix. It was Lachman who came up with this idea, although in the words of Peterson, I don't think he knew what the hell it meant any more than we did. It was very much just a fantasy-inspired name, tacked on as an afterthought. The game was developed on such a huge scale that we had to work in broad strokes, and the smallest adjustment would have massive consequences to the world. We were creating a continent. Developing Arena was like playing one of those god games like Civilization. Hence, making anything more than subtle last-minute changes to the story was out of the question. They were stuck with what they had, and could only change information such as background lore in the manual. The main change that they had made was that they needed a reason for the player to visit all of these dungeons that had replaced the tournaments. So, the Staff of Chaos was created as a MacGuffin to drive the plot, using the same premise the designers had used previously in the Terminator games. The player has to find parts of the powerful item, rebuild it, go fight the final boss, and then win the game. Peterson said that had he been given a little more time, he would have come up with something more original, but they were past the brainstorming point and needed to squeeze their creation into whatever would work. Before we take a dive into the plot, I want to lay some groundwork for the world we're about to step into. This isn't Tamriel as you know it. By TES 2, the world isn't too different from the later established lore of the Todd Howard era, but this first entity doesn't fit as well. Differences in the lore are common, which is to be expected, starting with the lack of any Colovian humans, aka Imperials. Not only are they not playable, but they don't even seem to exist. The Imperial province of Cyrodiil is stated to be a melting pot with no one dominant race, and the Imperial city is inhabited by a mixture of races from the other provinces, with naming conventions that are drastically different from the later established Latin-inspired Imperial names. The only character in the game that is confirmed by the sequels to be an Imperial is Emperor Uriel Septim himself. It's easy enough to handwave this as the Imperial City being extremely cosmopolitan, and who's to say these Bretons and or Nords aren't Imperials anyway? That doesn't change the fact that this isn't the Imperial City as we now know it, nor is this Balmora or Daggerfall or Whiterun, a symptom of random generation and a focus of quantity over quality. We can't blame Bethesda for wanting to spend the time to make these cities more interesting in the sequels, and let's be honest, I'm sure we're glad that they did. There was only the barest mention of how Dunmer or Ultima religion works, with no mention of the concept of Myr. Religion in general is completely changed from later titles. Future lore attempts to acknowledge the more complex systems of faith introduced in Daggerfall, but none give any credence to Arena's various temples, leaving the Egyptian and Christian symbolism behind. Well, I guess the Christian symbolism did come back. The dwarves are treated more like Tolkien dwarves than the Dwemer most fans would know from Red God onwards.
They were the one fantasy race that we hadn't included, and I think that none of us who were playing D&D at the time had wanted to be a dwarf. So we were just like, okay, well, we should probably mention them, but not give you the option of playing one. If for some reason you're a dwarf fan, they exist, and we have dwarven metal, and we have dwarven armor, and things like that.
Further influence comes from Lovecraft in one of many references throughout the series. In Arena, the homage appears as one of the rumors, where an NPC will ominously claim that the Elder Gods are coming and that Black Marsh will burn for its sins. Despite these allusions to real-world books, no in-universe books exist to be collected or read either, except for the Ogma Infinium, but even then that is only included as a gameplay tool instead of a means of increasing player immersion. Some later lore tries to add flavour to Arena's generally lacking story, but in doing so conflicts with the game itself. The Imperial Simulacrum, the name for the time period that Arena is set in, was said to have seen much political unrest and several military conflicts between provinces. This is not seen in the game itself, despite the fact that the player visits every single province in the main quest. You can try to excuse this by saying that the hero was probably too busy running around collecting pieces of the Staff of Chaos to notice the events going on around them, which is such a lazy explanation that you can just apply it for every difference in this list really. I can't blame Bethesda for doing what they did, confining themselves to the lore of a game made in such a small time frame, and under the circumstances its development had, would not have resulted in a universe anywhere near the depth so many of us have come to love. When the creators themselves admit that Arena's story is nothing special, with them retconning, ignoring and rewriting their own lore with the sequel, we have to come to the conclusion that these small tidbits of lore seen in Arena should either be ignored or taken at face value as random information to be mostly forgotten. The world may be different, but TES has made every effort to keep the story canon, and so unless stated otherwise, everything else I will cover in this section is official. Arena's in-game lore isn't too in-depth, mostly contained to a slideshow that plays as you open the game and after you start a new game. It is instead the manual which holds the lore we are interested in, and there are two backstories for us to interpret, the English one and the French one. The accepted belief is that the French story was translated from an old version that had been scrapped and reworked into the story found in the English manual. You could argue that this means only the English one is canon, but Bethesda has never stated that the French one is defunct. That French version covers the lore of Tamriel, including the conquest of Tiber Septim and the motivations behind Jaeger Thon's plan to capture Uriel. The English story instead plays out the first few minutes of gameplay in a much more detailed manner than is shown in game. It introduces the player character, the ghost of Rhea Silmain, and why you must escape your imprisonment to stop Tharn. As each version doesn't really conflict, but instead complement each other, I will be using both as we explore Arena's story. I will not be referring to future game lore unless I specifically say so, so any mentions of details like the Imperial City Sewer, the Imperial Guard, or the Amulet of Kings are all referenced to in the official materials linked to Arena or from within the game itself. Hopefully this will not only show how developed the Elder Scrolls lore actually was so early on, but also help this next section to stand alone without needing to know any additional Elder Scrolls lore, for which there is a ton. It all kicks off on the fantastical date of the 399th year of the Third Era. Awakening beneath the Imperial City in a small cell located in the sewers, the player is visited by a ghost introducing herself as Rhea Silmain. She tells you that Tharn, a powerful battle mage, has usurped the Emperor and is ruling in his place. To defeat him, the Eternal Champion must assemble the 8 parts of the Staff of Chaos, which have been dispersed across the continent of Tamriel. It's a predictable fantasy setup, a plot structure as old as time, but still an efficient way to establish the game's framework and pacing. Who are we exactly? We are a young man named Tharn. Tharn isn't anyone of note. So little threat did he pose that Tharn had him thrown into a cell within the sewers rather than the Imperial City prison. Not even his weapon or gold had been taken. He was left with no food or drink, expected to die a slow and helpless death. Tharn's association to the Emperor is via his pupillage under Rhea Silmain, a powerful mage and the current interim Imperial battle mage installed by her own teacher, Tharn. Anyone linked to Tharn's old life before he banished Uriel Septim and took his place as the Emperor needed to disappear, even if they were some undertrained teenager like Tharn. This is the only Elder Scrolls where the player character has been named for you. You are Tharn, whether you want to be or not, or so claims the English manual. If you had a keen eye, you may have noticed that Tharn is the name used in the promotional screenshots. This could have just been presented as an example identity, as several other names were also featured in other official screenshots, not to mention that you can name thyself whatever the hell you want in-game. Regardless, it later became a policy of Bethesda to avoid canonizing the identities of player characters, including the Eternal Champion via a retcon. This has the positive effect of helping to strengthen a player's own personal experience and immersion with the series, with the problem of leaving these heroic characters largely boring when mentioned retroactively in lore. You can't exactly give a personality to a blank slate. This isn't canon, but a cut slide, which is still present in Arena's files, explains that Septim's head of the Imperial Guard, General Warhaft, was originally intended to be the legal guardian of the player. Here he is formally addressed as Tharn Warhaft, and it can be assumed that the player was named after him. He bids you on your 17th birthday to go forth into the land and return as a full member of the royal household. The young Tharn travelled through the 8 provinces and saw a great many things, decided at last to turn his feet towards home, a greater, more experienced man. With this being cut and the backstory changed so that Tharn is now instead an apprentice to Rhea Silmain, it can be assumed that the player is not as well travelled or accomplished as proposed here. General Warhaft is still referred to as the player's father in one of the character creation questionnaire scenarios. This ostensibly canonizes that Warhaft is the Eternal Champion's apparent biological father. It seems to be a retconned artifact accidentally kept in, however, as General Warhaft was later cut from the ending of the CD-ROM release. Yet this change didn't extend to the game's opening, meaning that his sudden disappearance from the plot does confuse matters. Either way, you are stuck in a cell with no way out, until your old tutor returns from the dead, requiring your aid.
Do not fear, for it is I, Rhea Silmain. Listen to me, there are no others left to carry on.
As we know, this game is very different from the others in the series, and that extends to the cast. There are 4 main characters that matter: Rhea Silmain, the Eternal Champion, Uriel Septim VII, and the baddie, Tharn. You meet other people as you travel the continent, but you do not come across any characters that are remotely memorable. Kings and queens give you quests, but their name or even the city they lead will blur together. Even Daggerfall, with its only slightly less technological limitations, was able to have a better cast of characters. Alas, an arena-based action game had no need for a lineup of important people, and so the RPG it became lacked them too. We've already introduced the Eternal Champion, and as his story is Arena's story itself, we'll come back to him later. Rhea Silmain is the supporting main character. She'll talk to you the most throughout the game, only rivaled by Tharn. Once the apprentice of that villain, Rhea Silmain was a battle mage killed sometime before the beginning of the game. Rhea had learned of what Jaeger had done to the Emperor, and when attempting to tell the Elder Council, Jaeger used the power of the Staff of Chaos to kill her. This didn't eradicate her presence, however. With her strength in the arcane arts, she is able to appear as a spirit, with wonderful stop-motion animation. She guides Tharn through his quest to the locations of the staff. Unable to physically affect the world, she cannot help him, past conjuring a key to Tharn's cell in the beginning and creating a portal to teleport him out of the Imperial sewers. Ted Peterson revealed that Sylvain's actor was likely one of the 2 female programmers who were working at Bethesda at the time. Based on the employee photograph, we can conclude that she is played by Jennifer Pratt. However, we do not know if this extends to the voice acting. Pratt is credited as a voice actress on a series of point-and-click shovelware type games, so we can assume that she probably was. This may very well be someone who simply shares the same name as her, so take this with a grain of salt. After Tharn escapes, she appears to him in his dreams to give the latest information she learns about the Staff of Chaos. Although Rhea knows where the pieces of the staff are hidden, she can only provide vague information at best. Tharn must find the entrance to them on his own. After collecting all 8 pieces of the Staff of Chaos, Rhea presumably travels to Aetherius, having lost her magical connection to Nirn. Jwlar Tharn is the Imperial Battle Mage of Uriel Septim VII, and arch-traitor to the Empire. He serves as the final boss, where he is practically invulnerable with immunity to all elements and the highest health pool in the game by far. In Daggerfall's The Real Baron Zaya, Tharn is described as part High Elf, part Dark Elf, and part of the gods only know what. ESO shows that ancestral Tharns are known to belong to old Nibonese nobility. This discrepancy has not been explained and could be a product of Baron Zaya's imagination. Based on in-game depictions, he appears either human or high elven in nature. From the 3rd Era 389 to the 3rd Era 399, Uriel VII was held captive by Tharn as he reigned over the war-torn empire. We do not entirely know what Tharn's goals or personal accomplishments were during his reign, as they were not notable enough to enter any history books. In the first few decades after Septim took the Ruby Throne, he aggressively expanded imperial influence into the eastern provinces. As Uriel's close advisor, Jwlar brought a shrewd counsel that complemented the Emperor's ambition in these endeavours, where he greatly benefited from Tharn's arcane powers and wisdom. It was his subsequent imprisonment by Tharn that slowed Septim's contentious ambition, transforming him into the well-loved final emperor of the Septim lineage he would become. One theory behind Tharn's plot is that he grew jealous of Uriel, who eventually surpassed his battle mage advisor in balancing the skills of threat and diplomacy, where Tharn's role then became less important as time passed. It's also suggested that Tharn was just carrying on this facade of an outpaced counselor, feeding Uriel's ego and earning his complete trust while he created plans of his own. Several people were reportedly held captive as the result of Tharn's efforts, but the only one we know to have died by his hand is his own apprentice. I won't be covering Septim's role as a character because he barely has one, and due to the vast majority of his lore being written after this game. For his purposes here, he is the ruler of Tamriel, and that is as much as we need to know. That's all the main characters. It really highlights the difference between Arena and its sequels. For centuries, different factions battled in petty wars and border conflicts, until in the 2nd Era 896, Tiber Septim crushed all those who opposed him and took control, proclaiming himself as Emperor. Now, 492 years after Tiber Septim took control and kept the peace, the land of Arena has a new threat. The Emperor, Uriel Septim VII, celebrates his 43rd birthday, but jealous hearts desire the throne. Tharn had spent many years at his prestigious post, but ambition controlled the wizard. Jealous of the all-encompassing power the Emperor possessed, he would devise a cunning plan to dispose of Septim and install himself as the leader of Tamriel. This wouldn't be a simple coup, however. The people were loyal to the Septims, who had ruled the continent in one form or another since Tiber Septim's rise to power. It was through the leader of the Imperial Guard that Tharn had the idea behind his conspiracy. General Warhaft, decorated soldier and master-at-arms, was recounting stories of his youth to a table of the Emperor's closest allies. As a budding warrior, he had met and befriended Martin the Blade. No, not that one. He and Martin were good friends. Trying to illustrate the benefits of teamwork to those around the table, Warhaft described how they were once ambushed by a group of bandits. Warhaft was injured, so Martin cast an illusion spell upon himself, changing his appearance to that of the bandits' leader. Amongst the confusion, he convinced the bandits to turn away, where he and Warhaft then made their escape. It was evident to Tharn what he needed to do. If he kept Septim alive, somewhere out of sight, he could use his mastery of illusion to replace the Emperor and finally harness the power he knew he deserved. To guarantee that the plan worked, Tharn knew that he would also need to banish the Imperial Guard, and especially General Warhaft. According to the manual, Tharn can't just kill the Emperor because it would set off magical alarms. What was likely quickly added to awkwardly fill in the plot hole of why Tharn wouldn't just kill Uriel Septim eventually became the reason for why the Emperor's assassination 3 decades later was so bad for the realm. Killing the Emperor would have been a terrible idea, as Tharn would be incapable of wielding the Amulet of Kings, resulting in the forces of Oblivion breaking through unless one of the Emperor's sons was crowned instead, which is not what Tharn wanted. The only problem with Tharn's scheme was that the council would surely note of his absence as he took to the throne under disguise. To rectify this, he asked Uriel for a leave of absence in which he could focus on his magical studies. None the wiser, Septim granted this request, but noted that a temporary replacement was needed to fill the position. Jagar advocated for Rhea Silmain to stand in his stead. She had studied as his senior apprentice for years, and importantly, she wasn't as powerful as Tharn should they ever need to fight each other. Now that he was out of the palace, Tharn waited for a few days to pass and then requested an urgent audience with the Emperor and his guard, opening a portal for the royal to teleport through. With Septim and his guard away from the city, Tharn cast a seal beneath their feet, which quickly lit up as walls of fire emerged around a small company of men. The traitorous battle mage conjured a group of demons around him and cast his illusions. In turn, each demon replaced a member of the Imperial Guard. Finally, Tharn cast a spell on himself, perfectly imitating Septim. In typical villainous fashion, Jagar explained how he had fooled the Emperor and what he had in store for him. Septim was to be cast into Oblivion, into a realm explicitly chosen for its time warping effects. Tharn knew that eventually the Emperor would die of natural causes, where the amulet would then alert the council. To avoid this, he had picked a realm where time moved much slower than on Nirn. By the time Uriel had finally perished, centuries would have passed and the amulet's alarm bells would fall on deaf ears. Uriel, in spite of his excessive pride, could only stand in awe and frustration at how meticulous Tharn had been in the preparation of his plan. Soon enough, he and General Warhaft were teleported into Oblivion. Tharn quickly strode on top of the seal he had cast, slamming the staff down, completing his spell. Not a lot about the dimensional prison Septim and Warhaft were kept in is known, but we can extrapolate based on Uriel's public account from the Elder Scrolls 4. The Emperor said he remembered nothing of the dimension but an endless sequence of waking and sleeping nightmares. During that time, he believed himself to be dreaming and had no notion of the passage of time. On the whole, Uriel seemed not so much unwilling as incapable of describing the experience. But it is clear that it changed him. The Emperor became conservative and pessimistic, whereas the policies of his early life were bold and rash. This change being a reaction to and revulsion from the early teachings and counsel of Tharn. The dimension that Uriel Septim was trapped in is theorized by some to be Mehrunes Dagon's realm of oblivion, and that Tharn had been making deals with Mehrunes Dagon for power, essentially claiming that Arena's plot is one of Dagon's many failed attempts to take over Tamriel. That guy really can't catch a break. As I was researching the story, one question I had was, why split the staff? I mean, from a lore perspective, the gameplay reason is obvious. I doubt Tharn chose to split it so that gamers from another universe could pot it back together to defeat him. We know the game was heavily inspired by D&D. The Staff of Chaos itself seems to have been plucked from an official campaign centered around an artifact known as the Rod of 7 Parts. The fully assembled rod reads in Latin, "Though chaos reign, let justice be done. Behold, law is king." Within Arena, The Staff of Chaos is an ancient relic of untold power, said to have been forged from the essence of the land itself, making it nigh indestructible, which explains why Tharn didn't just dispose of the staff completely. Only the staff would be able to reverse the magical exile of the Emperor. Unable to destroy it, Tharn did the next best thing, draining the Staff of Chaos of its power and imbuing its energy, along with his own life force, into the Jewel of Fire, a magical artifact he would keep protected in the Imperial Palace. He then split the staff into 8 pieces and cast a curse of banishment onto each segment, dispatching them into the darkest and most dangerous places in Tamriel. If one were to relocate the staff and reassemble it, they would find it to be utterly useless without the Jewel of Fire. Tharn's plan was bulletproof if it wasn't for a young man he had imprisoned below the capital of his empire. To defeat Tharn, the player takes control of Tarlin as they travel across the provinces of Tamriel, gathering information on where these 8 pieces of the Staff of Chaos may be. You will even end up visiting important locales you will know from the later games, like delving into Vardenfell's Red Mountain, Skyrim's Labyrinthian, and concluding the quest in the Imperial Palace, albeit a much less impressive depiction of it. Rhea's first message to Tarlin gives us another overview of the story, in case the opening sequence, new game cutscene, and manual weren't enough. They really made sure that the player understood their task. Left to our own devices in the sewer, Rhea will invade our dreams again after we hit level 2. It is here she gives us the location of the first piece of the staff, Fang Lair in Hammerfell province. Other than that vague knowledge, she is unable to help us. It is up to us to discover exactly where Fang Lair is. Teleporting through the shift gate into Tamriel and kitting out ourselves as best we can, Tarlin travels to Hammerfell to investigate where this forgotten dungeon may be hidden. Which means pestering peasants and hoping for the best. Soon enough, one will direct us to the town where we can learn more. This will be the same pattern we must follow throughout the entire main quest, best described as repetitious, yet monotonous fits just as well, as you will come to see. Once we arrive in Rihad, Tarlin is directed to the local ruler, who may know the location of this Fang Lair. Nothing is that easy though. She'd love to tell us where it is, but she isn't entirely sure. She does know where a parchment that can help us decipher the location is. Too bad that it was stolen from her by Gulfog the Dark, a goblin chieftain. It is up to us to retrieve it. Gulfog's lair is Stonekeep. Despite this flavor text implying otherwise, we will never meet Gulfog due to the bosses being cut from the game. This is where the difficulty leaps up. Stonekeep is filled with powerful enemies, notably minotaurs, skeletons, and ghouls, the latter of which surround the parchment we must recover. Through trial and error, the player must learn that leveling up and stocking up on potions, items, and spells is a necessity to progress through the story. Stonekeep's difficulty spike is markedly steeper than the latter dungeons, an intentional choice by the designers following their time with Ultima Underworld 2. The handmade dungeons of Arena are superior to Daggerfall's in almost every way. They're more aesthetically unique between each one, have layouts that won't require you to have a degree in reading latitude and longitude, and they even come with environmental storytelling. Stonekeep is a great example. This grand castle surely can't be the hideout of a goblin king. Well, it wasn't always. Before the goblins invaded, this was a keep filled with people, a lord, his family, their servants, and many more. When Gulfhog dug his way in, the people tried to escape, first barring themselves into the bedrooms and then using Gulfhog's own goblin tunnels as they fled, eventually finding themselves trapped on an island in a cave adjacent to the keep, where they were murdered. Through the torment of their deaths, they rose from beyond the graves as ghouls, determined to fight any intruders who dare enter their new home. It was this lord who held the parchment, and it is on that haunted island that it can be found. Following the environmental story takes you around the entire dungeon on a tour as you navigate the doomed path made by the people of Stonekeep. By ignoring the story, you will probably stumble across the destination much faster, being only a few rooms over from the main hall that you start in. I will admit that not all of the main quest dungeons are so elaborate with their environmental storytelling, but a lot of them are. If they do lack a storyline, they make up for it with an exclusive aesthetic, neat layout, or new gameplay mechanic. After grinding a few levels outside of Stonekeep, the now stronger Tharn is able to fight off the powerful ghouls and claim his prize. Returning to Rihad, the Queen will reveal the location of Fang Lair. The dwarven hold seems abandoned long ago, its stone walls cracking with age and neglect. Somewhere within its dank depths lies the first piece of the Staff of Chaos. Fang Lair is a bone thrown to fantasy fans who like dwarfs. These aren't the Dwemer. Well, via retconning they are, but they don't share much with that advanced race. Instead, Fang Lair is a generic abandoned mine. We see tram tracks, deep trenches, tunnels and ladders. It's not the largest dungeon in the game, but it is the largest Tharn has faced so far. It is a challenge to explore the tunnels and mine shafts, each one enumerated alphabetically from A to F. That should make navigation easier, but it really doesn't. Environmental storytelling has taken a back seat here, except for the few messages that help give some gravitas. They're usually the classic D&D-esque fantasy affairs. I can't say they dramatically change the experience, but they do add to the atmosphere. It's the main difference between these older classic CRPGs and newer games. Arena and Daggerfall are still holding on to that tabletop methodology, where modern games can implement real ambience with more detailed visuals and sound design. That is to say, where Arena uses a piece of text to tell you of distant scrapes and clicks, Skyrim would just play that audio. One is obviously more immersive than the other, and is where technology helps newer games shine. They don't require as much imagination. Progressing towards the staff piece, Tharn discovers a puzzle. We enter a prison, on each side a cage containing a spider. At the end, we find the ladder down, blocked behind a magically locked door. The key to this door is held between one of 3 cells. It is up to us to determine which one contains the real key. Thou must prove thy worthiness to proceed to the Underdark. The riddles I mentioned earlier. To be honest, these aren't too hard. I'm not that good at them, I'll admit, but that's a skill issue. Even if you get the answer wrong, you need only battle a few monsters to guess again until you get it right. I applaud the game design here for allowing this failure. Heading down the ladder, we enter an intimidating cavern of fire and fury, walking towards the central room to uncover another riddle. After racking his brain, Tharn opens the door and... So... Gonna do that? Oh my god. Do that? Oh... Wow. Wow. Welcome to Arena. When I said to save all the time, I meant it. Tricks like this are often thrown at the player to keep them on their toes. Potions and spells of resistance will be your best friends for a reason. Yes, you can feel it perceptibly throbbing as it's... It's perceptibly throbbing as it's waiting to be connected to the other 7 pieces. Throbbing, eh? That's an interesting word to use. Right, okay. Those innuendos only get worse from here on out. I refuse to believe that Lakshman and Peterson were not aware of what they were doing there. As Tharn backtracks through the dwarven maze, he is intercepted by a vision from Jagar Tharn. Using the same ability of Silmain, he can infiltrate the Eternal Champion's mind. Unlike his old apprentice, he isn't here to give advice, but to instead stop you in your tracks.
Resist, and I shall see you in such suffering that you will grovel for the sweet release of death.
After the vision concludes, we are attacked by one of Tharn's minions. He will pull this trick each time we collect a staff piece, each time becoming more and more desperate. If you're a speedrunner, after grabbing the parchment from Stonekeep and returning to the Queen of Rihad, instead of going to Fang Lair as intended, you can go back to Stonekeep to collect the parchment again, where picking it up will give you the first piece of the Staff of Chaos. The game stores each main quest item in a sequence, meaning that you can just repeat this step, leaving Stonekeep, returning and then picking up the next piece of the staff until you grab the final item, the Jewel of Fire that should be in the Imperial Palace. By touching the jewel, or what the game thinks is the jewel, the ending cutscene plays and the main quest has been completed. You gotta love these kind of bugs, especially in classic games. Warps, skips and glitches is what makes speedrunning so fun to watch and learn. The ease of this one, if you can beat those ghouls at least, makes Arena speedrun one of the easiest in gaming. By far the easiest in the Elder Scrolls. Not the fastest though, that still goes to Morrowind. After leaving Fang Lair, Rhea will contact Tharn in his dreams with her findings. The second piece is held deep within a great maze, built by Archmagus Shalador. That name should sound familiar for Skyrim fans. Apparently Shalador lived in the nearby Fortress of Ice, from where we may be able to discover where the hidden Labyrinthian may be. Tharn can't be as great as people say he is because it isn't that hard to find, it's right here. Rhea doesn't point us in the direction of the Fortress of Ice. Given the name though, Skyrim, the frozen homeland of the Nords, is the obvious option. Asking around the province, we are pointed towards Winterhold. Wow, it's just as I remember it. In the local Mages Guild, the guild leader tells us that some knights have stolen a stone tablet that they needed to complete a map to the Labyrinthian. Guys, it's right there, it's not even that far from your city. Conveniently, the knights are holed up in the Fortress of Ice. It's funny how that happens. We enter the fortress and are treated to that dirty tactic used to trick us back in Fang Lair. This is used quite often, with enemies placed just out of sight, perfectly positioned to kill you in mere seconds, resulting in an annoying amount of trial and error. As with Stonekeep, the route we want to take is actually quite short if you ignore the rest of the dungeon, even shorter with Pass Wall. That's true for every dungeon when you have the ability to destroy walls though. It's at this point in the playthrough where you have to make a decision. Do you focus on achieving your goal in the most straightforward way, or take the time to explore the dungeons to their full extent? Both options have their advantages. Using a guide to be as efficient as possible will lower the amount of frustrating deaths and the inevitability of getting lost, but you will soon be under-leveled and under-geared for the next dungeon. Exploring every inch will result in loot, gold, and experience points that will only make the game easier for you, but does take a lot of time. These dungeons, despite being well designed, are still huge. It was standard for the time period, and anything smaller would have been disappointing to the hardcore CRPG fan. But man, being locked up underground for a lot of the game can get repetitive, even if each story dungeon strives to be different. Working our way down to the second level, we are apprehended by the rogue knights that stole the tablet. I say knights, but these look closer to the Mark I Iron Man suit. I mean no offense to the artists, but I know from their other works that they can do way better than this. Look at the guards in the palaces or General Warhaft. What the hell happened to these lads that made them into chrome cans on legs? Before we can retrieve the stone tablet, we are faced with yet another riddle. The pattern is now clear and will be the same for the rest of the game. Rhea informs us of a big dungeon. We ask around about the big dungeon and are sent to a mini dungeon to find some item that can help reveal the big one. We answer a riddle, recover the item, and are then sent to the big dungeon, where we answer another riddle, find the staff piece, and rinse and repeat 8 times. It's best not to think about the tedious structure and instead focus on enjoying each dungeon for what they offer. This is a glorified dungeon crawler after all. It's Ultima Underworld or Eye of the Beholder or any other one from the thousands that exist. The difference is that Arena also happens to have an overworld hub to chill out in. Arena is unlike the other Elder Scrolls in this regard. Daggerfall was deeply rooted as a dungeon crawler too, but the overworld had more gameplay to offer. If you enter Arena understanding that it's a dungeon crawler, then it stands well in that category and is where most fun is to be had. But as a traditional Elder Scrolls as we have now come to know it, it doesn't fit so well. With the stone tablet collected, the Mages Guild can direct Tharn to the Labyrinthian. This is the most torturous dungeon in the game. I like to call it Daggerfall Light. I'm sure you can see why. What makes this place even worse is Arena's map. I've sung its praises, yet it has a vital flaw. The raised areas and tunnels are the same colour. You'll be following a path that looks like it should head to where you want, until you hit a dead end, because where your raised walkway ends, a tunnel below you keeps going. Despite this, Labyrinthian has the best environmental storytelling in any Elder Scrolls dungeon pre-Morrowind. If we do as the intro message says and continue through the central door, we find the backstory behind this grand maze and our initial task. This is the tale of 2 brothers who sought the secret of life. They ventured into this Labyrinthian, wary from war and strife. The first was Canaan the Elder, a strong and cunning man. He quested for riches and jewels, yet found fate had other plans. The second was Mogris the Dim, and few knew what he was worth. They saw only the lumbering giant, not the child who was blessed at birth. The few they told of their plans begged them to desist at their feet, but the brothers would test this puzzle to the north, for till then they had known no defeat. This is the tale of two brothers who failed the secret of life, forever held by two riddles, which led to the prize, and a wit as cunning and sharp as a knife. Two brothers, two mazes, and one piece of the Staff of Chaos. To reach our prize, we need a key for a locked door. Approaching the door explains our objective. Mogras the Dim, though he's a bore, holds the only key that unlocks this door. To find the riddle, you must find the sun. Start your fateful search behind door number 1. Exploring the first level will reveal 2 staircases to the mazes below, starting with Mogras the Dim's. Each maze is designed relating to the intelligence and size of the brother who was trapped there. Mogras' half on the right is more simple in layout due to his own simplicity, lacking many small underground tunnels or low-ceilinged walkways, accounting for his tall stature. Kanan the Elder's maze is the exact opposite. The Labyrinthian lives up to its name. You will get lost, which is why I say there is no shame in using guides for games like this. After finding Mogras' key defended by his ghost, we can open that locked door to reveal a second door. What a troll. Kanan the Wise holds more to be seen, a key and a riddle and a test in between. It's back down we go through the other staircase to Kanan's far more menacing maze. With Kanan's key, we can grab our second staff piece. Tharn is that bit closer to defeating Tharn. Volinwood is our next destination. Silmain has located the staff piece in the Elden Grove, said to be the birthplace to all the forests of Tamriel. Tharn is expected to have to ask around the 3 elven provinces in hopes of someone knowing where he may learn about the Grove. Our destination, however, is the capital city of Elden Root. Rhea is a master of arcane arts and ancient lore, but not of geography it seems. Surprise, surprise, the people of Elden Root are well aware of the location of the Elden Grove, but the Wood Elves hold the grove sacred and are not too keen to have an outsider snooping around in there. The local queen proposes that if Tarling can help her locate the source of power behind the evil witch Selene, then she shall direct us towards the grove. The sorceress Selene makes her home in Selene's Web. The name is a clue to the type of enemies you will encounter, and a prompt to heavily invest in any means of preventing paralysis. The cut bosses hamper the game again. The player expects to come across these named individuals, but never will. Why isn't Selene guarding the key to her power? She can't have been that much trouble for the Wood Elves if she is this apathetic towards the most vital aspect of her very being. Tarling recovers the heart of Selene from an island that suspiciously looks like a platform perfect for a mage to wage battle against the player. Seriously, it's clear that bosses were intended. It's a shame that they didn't attempt to even put in a half-baked option. A generic mage up here would have at least let the player make the assumption that that must have been Selene, instead of there being no one to face us. After presenting the jewel to the Queen of Elden Root, the location of my personal favourite dungeon in the game is presented to us. Elden Grove is proof to me that Arena is better than Daggerfall in at least one place, and is what I've been rattling on about throughout this story section. These dungeons are so superior to the sequel's offerings. They are distinct. If you played some footage of Daggerfall's story dungeons, other than Aetherius, you'll be hard-pressed to distinguish them from the random dungeons in the game. They use the exact same tile sets. Arena instead makes each story dungeon diverse enough from the last that they are not only memorable, but I can name them just by looking at the footage. I don't even need to name the MP4 files for this video. I can simply scrub through the recording and instantly recognize a dungeon because of how particular its presentation is. They have character that helps them stand out not only against that sequel, but against other games in the genre. Elden Grove is a perfect example of that. Starting on the surface is a haunting forest. The darkness of the regular dungeons is replaced with mist and fog. The red eyes of wolves appear as they rapidly close the distance, and the level feels peculiarly open compared to what we've been used to. There is room to move here, and rather than feeling claustrophobic, we are instead treated to something more reminiscent of the hedge maze from The Shining. Travelling down into the roots below the grove, we have Arena's closest approximation of a water temple. Endless canals flow through the cavern, connecting to a large underground basin where the staff piece can be found. For many, this will be their first introduction to a mechanic mostly hidden in the rest of the game: the use of rowboats to speed up water travel. These boats can be found in the wilderness too, but with its random nature and general uselessness, you'll seldom find one out there. After another riddle, the third staff piece is within our grasp. The throbbing of the ebony rod is faster now, as though hungry to be reunited with its brethren. They really like using that word. In an admittedly not very shocking twist, we have found ourselves trapped in this room, with the only door out predictably facing us with a riddle. After answering correctly, we can begin the long trek back to the entrance. For all the upsides of these dungeons, this is their vital flaw. There is no means of travelling out of them quickly, no recall, no teleportation to the entrance placed conveniently near the end, just a boring walk back the way you came. Our next stop is the Halls of Colossus, a structure built to honour a race of giants, though none have been seen in the land for ages. This dungeon is located in Elsewhere, so I'll let the cats off on this one. Maybe they haven't ever travelled to Skyrim to see that giants are very much still around. Even Daggerfall instantly retconned this lore. We must first travel to Corinth. Come on, that isn't even fantasy. They just straight up decided, yep, let's just drop a Greek city right there. Our first quest comes again from the Mages Guild, who have again lost a stone tablet that will conveniently locate the Halls of Colossus. The time constraints placed on the writers is apparent. Had Daggerfall not been such a step up in this regard, I would have called this out as lazy. Peterson has made his woes with Arena's story clear, a last-minute addition drawn up to replace the original story following the same MacGuffin-based plotline he had used in Terminator 2029. That said, I can't let the fact that Tharn is doing this same task again go. It just feels a bit too flagrant. The tablet is being held in the Temple of Agamanas, a three-storied fortress. This one is fairly generic, I'll admit. I'm not going to bring up any more of the riddles as they are in every dungeon. You can safely assume that as soon as Tharn has grabbed an item or staff piece, that a riddle was answered. On one hand, these were fun puzzles to figure out, surely beating the monotony of Skyrim's attempt to block off certain areas of its dungeons. As far as dynamic game design goes, they soon become predictable in their placement, changing from an enjoyable brain teaser into an annoyance. The mage uses the tablet to locate the halls, and Tharn can march towards the fourth staff piece. It goes without saying, but between each dungeon you will be performing a bunch of chores as you prepare for your next endeavour. This is what I was referring to when I mentioned that it can feel like playing The Witcher on the hardest difficulty. Each dungeon is a monster contract that the player must brace themselves for, preparing their equipment, identifying and selling loot so that they can use the powerful items they found or buy new ones, stocking up on mutagens, I mean potions, and generally making sure that no matter what happens in the dungeon, you will have a method of dealing with the issue. It's the result of the difficulty of the game. Rarely if ever have I used this mentality in later Elder Scrolls, barring maybe Morrowind, which used its relatively high early game difficulty to ensure that the player entered each possible combat scenario with caution. The Halls of Colossus is the ultimate troll dungeon. If you thought the locked doors in the Labyrinthian were bad, look at this. 6 doors. 6! This is where Passwall comes in handy. Rather than finding 6 keys dotted around this huge first floor, you need only delete the walls right up until the last door. This isn't an oversight by the developers. They can easily block your ability to use Passwall with impenetrable walls, as they do so on the level beneath this one. They just choose to punish those players who haven't gotten the hint about the power of these navigational spells yet. Retro graphics don't make a game bad, but they can make it frustrating when they harm the experience, and that is the case with these keys and their low resolution. From a distance they are almost impossible to see, and even when getting close they aren't always obvious, making this feel like a wild goose chase. After collecting the 4th staff piece, Rhea's next message warns Tharn that with these in his possession he now shines like a lantern in the dark, allowing the usurper to locate and attack us with his minions more often. This doesn't seem to have any basis in game. I didn't encounter additional ambushes, although the monsters that Tharn sent after we find the staff piece did get stronger. The 5th piece is locked in the Crystal Tower of Somerset Isle, a structure so large that it dominates the skyline of Western Tamriel. Surely the location of this dungeon isn't the issue, right? I wish. Off we go to another Mages Guild to find a scholar who can help us find this massive tower. The writing is aggravatingly falling apart as quests appear to be duplicated. Reframing the quest would have made more sense, like needing to locate a magical key to enter the tower, as no one has been able to in centuries. But no, it is yet another rehash of the same tasks that we have had up to this point. The stone tablet has been replaced with a diamond locked within the Temple of the Mad God, later to become Sheogorath, but for this game he remains unnamed. The temple is nothing special. I presume that development time was focused on fleshing out the main dungeons by this point, and not these mini ones. Still, they have more environmental storytelling put into them than Daggerfall. A large central treasure room seems to be our goal, yet after we enter, a note on the floor informs us that the diamond was moved after the monks that worship the Mad God were concerned that someone may come to steal it. Don't mess around with these monks either. They may look innocent, but they are highly trained in deadly kung fu. The mage, happy with his new diamond, helps Tharn pinpoint the tower, owing to the fact that he didn't need a stone tablet and that the diamond doesn't seem to have any magical properties. I like to believe that the mage has instead scammed us into finding a piece of loot for him. To add insult to injury, the intro screen starts by reading, "The crystal tower dominates the area, rising like an accusatory finger pointing at the sky above." Disconnects between lore and gameplay such as this leave a bitter taste in the player's mouth. How are we meant to believe that this structure is a grand triumph of Tamrielic architecture if Tharn needs a mage to find it? The original artwork had those dragons circling the tower. Their inclusion would have thrown a wrench into the lore of Skyrim. I'm sure Todd & Co were thankful to see that they were removed from the canonical imagery. I give props to the art team for illustrating the tower corresponding to its description, a structure that reaches long into the sky. This isn't a Dereni Tower situation. You can even see how Oblivion's design team paid homage to this artwork in the White Gold Tower, which in lore is said to be modelled after the Crystal Tower. No props, however, goes to the ESO team, who smoothed it over, despite redesigning the Dereni Tower to look how it should. The story with this dungeon is that the mages that inhabit it are performing research, animal research, on Arena's Bestiary. Tharn can find them locked in individual cages with a plaque describing their strengths and weaknesses. One cell is empty and has a hastily etched plaque with Tharn's name on it, possibly added by Tharn himself. He was described in Daggerfall as being part High Elf, which may explain his knowledge of and ability to enter the Crystal Tower. The fifth piece is held on the top floor, with floors changing weather systems to reflect the magical nature of the tower, with a rocky mountainous floor succeeded by a snowy jewel encrusted one. After collecting the staff piece, Jagar is actually impressed with our feats, applauding our ability to survive the Crystal Tower, an endeavour that itself would be considered legend. Tharn must travel to High Rock for the sixth piece. Rhea has advised him to locate the Crypt of Hearts. For once, we aren't going to the Mages Guild, but instead to a religious temple dedicated to the mighty god of Seth. The Brotherhood of Seth holds the only map to the Crypt of Hearts. Lo and behold, they lost it. The initiate who fled with this vital piece of paper is said to have gone completely mad, ranted about how the Emperor has been kidnapped, and that some artifact named the Staff of Chaos is needed to free him. If only they knew how right he was. That doomed monk ran into a nearby mine to study the map, and it's up to Tharn to find him. You won't be surprised to know that this untrained man of the cloth didn't survive very long in a lava-filled sulfuric mine. With lava replacing water in the tunnels of this dungeon, non-spellcasting builds are gonna have a considerably more expensive time, having to rely on potions of resist fire to bypass them. Tearing the map out of the deceased monk's hands, we return to the Brotherhood to mark the location of the Crypt of Hearts on our world map. The chill of death seems to touch your heart as you gaze upon the stone walls. The Crypt of Hearts is an undead den stocked with elemental golems, vampires, and worse, homunculi. So many homunculi. A flock of them guard the staff down on the 4th floor, making this one of the more difficult pieces to earn. The other floors have Tharn facing more lava, floating islands in a massive darkness, and enemies that love to attack him over distance. A mausoleum on the 1st floor actually fulfills my previous wish for half-baked boss fights, where a generic mob is placed to act as a boss. In this case, when approaching an iron gate next to a skull icon, a runic inscription reads, "Sir Cullenfear, may he at last rest." Inside, we find a vampire next to an empty coffin. This must be Sir Cullenfear, who did not rest. Not until Tharn came across him anyway. Another room seems to reference H.P. Lovecraft, or at least his eldritch style, where inscriptions on temple walls beyond a pool of lava are able to twist Tharn's thoughts towards baser instincts as he reads them.
The sixth piece of the Staff of Chaos slide. Dude, they must be doing this on purpose, man. Slides into the nearly complete rod like a sword into a sheath. I refuse to accept that they did not write these as innuendos.
We'll speed through the final 2 staff pieces. The overall structure of the game's narrative doesn't change. We must always face a mini dungeon and then enter the dungeon Sylvain told us about to find the staff piece. The next one being in Blackmarsh, in a place called Mirkwood. The mini dungeon here is the Vaults of Gemin. We are here to find a stone tablet. The less we say about that, the better. The vaults don't offer us anything more than we've seen before, being filled with the same mid to late game enemies. Mirkwood is like Elden Grove turned up to 100, and for that reason, I love it. Just the idea of having the dungeon be outdoors is exciting to me, because so few of the dungeon crawlers I have played ever considered this option. Elden Grove had some open space, but Mirkwood is an open space, a massive foggy arena littered with powerful endgame enemies like fire demons. The issue isn't getting lost, it's surviving your next few steps forward as you face a barrage of deadly spells thrown through the fog. In the middle is a small hedge maze leading down to the staff piece. Out of habit, I stuck to the walls in my first playthrough, a strategy that usually works, but Mirkwood's unorthodox design had me looping around back to the entrance and being confused. It's a much needed respite, helping break the monotony the player feels from the iterations of similar quest lines and the chorus of analogous dungeons. They do often stand out aesthetically, with compelling layouts poised for exploration. Nevertheless, there's only so many times you can walk through a bunch of corridors and rooms before fatigue sets in. Mirkwood's openness is much appreciated. In a minor change of the formula, it is now Tharn who informs Tharn of the final staff piece's location. Tharn seems less so desperate and more so scared by now. What does Rhea do in reaction to this information? Nothing. She just tells us to find the entrance to Daggerfall, deep within the volcano of Morrowind. Daggerfall, you say? Don't get too excited. The god himself isn't to be seen. Instead, this is the dwarven dungeon he is building a Kulakon in. Morrowind keeps the same name too, although the designs are very different. The King of Ebonheart will be our guide to find this lost ruin. After consulting ancient lore, he discovers that he needs to ring a magical dwarven anvil to reveal the entrance, but to do so, he needs a specific hammer designed to strike it. He sends us to recover this artifact, known as Giron's hammer. Look at that, a different quest goal. It has the same outcome, but I cannot overstate how pleased I was to read a dialogue window that wasn't a simple rehash of all the others. After the tedium of lost maps and stolen stone tablets, this otherwise identical fetch quest seems exceptional by changing the item and the purpose of us finding it. This wouldn't be worthy of praise normally, it only is because of how banal the others were in comparison. It highlights the issue of keeping the player motivated when they get that sense that they are just repeating themselves. The hammer is deep within the Black Gate. From Mirkwood to the Black Gate, I'm surprised the volcano isn't called Mount Doom. Blackgate is the largest mini dungeon, closer in size to a big one, and it may even be bigger than some of them, but without any precise method of measurement, I can't confirm that. There are 3 doors requiring a gem-encrusted key that relates to the material they are made of, very Doom-esque in its design. All 3 doors thankfully lead to the hammer, so we don't need to find all of them. After delivering the hammer to the king, he strikes the dwarven anvil, producing a magical tone that indicates the location of Daggerfall. This may be an inspiration behind this aspect of Morrowind's 6th house cult design. Daggerfall has Tharn climbing deep into the Red Mountain, each layer becoming more volcanic in design and fraughted with further danger. You need only look at these maps to see that this is one of the more interesting dungeon layouts, with some suspect choices. Vampires and even lichers are now part of the common mob roster. This shouldn't be a problem had you taken your time with each dungeon, but if you're rushing through them using a guide as I was in my on-stream playthrough, it can be tough. Daggerfall is the perfect final test for Tharn. Any earlier in the game and this volcanic ruin would have spelled his end. It is only by the experience he has gained, the gear he now wears, and the magical abilities he has access to that he can take on this dungeon. It showcases decent game design when on my later playthroughs where I didn't rush so much. I came to Daggerfall at the level that the developers intended. I found combat as equally demanding as it was in Stonekeep, displaying a good understanding of maintaining challenge as the player gets stronger. You will still be often reminded that you have progressed when the odd Minotaur spider approaches only to be destroyed in a single hit. I never found myself becoming complacent or finding the game too difficult, except for times where I caused that issue myself. Nearing the end of his quest, Tharn has the 8th and last piece of the Staff of Chaos, bonding together with the other pieces to repair the artifact. Now we need to touch it to the Jewel of Fire in the Imperial Palace to release Uriel Septim from his prison. With the staff being useless without the jewel, Thorn gleefully rubs this into Tharn's face, knowing that the many years we have spent finding the staff piece has only left us with a stick drained of its power. Full of self-pride, he directly challenges us to meet him in the palace. After 16 dungeons, at long last, Tharn can have a true boss battle. There was originally meant to be one more message from Rhea Silmain. She would cast an illusion spell on Tharn to allow him to pass the guards outside the Imperial Palace's gates, but this was cut. Instead, the palace is left completely unguarded from the exterior, which can be explained by Tharn hoping to face Tharn in person. Rhea's cut message also requested that we do not harm any of the monsters we find within, as they do not know what they are doing, which is strange. Maybe this cut message would have made more sense with an earlier version of the story we don't have access to, because in this version, the monsters within the Imperial Palace were brought there by Tharn himself via magic. They aren't innocent by any means. They are quite the opposite, with vampire and lichers galore roaming the halls of the palace, hoping to intercept and stop us from reaching the Jewel of Fire. Much like Stonekeep, the palace has been designed to reflect its everyday purpose. There are bedrooms, libraries, offices, and a large throne room where we must grind our way down through 4 floors flooded with endgame mobs. It's wise to bring double the amount of your normal supplies if you wish to survive this onslaught. If you normally brought 10 potions of Heal True, 20 will be the bare minimum for this final challenge. The palace is accessed from the Imperial City itself, so heading to the local inn to ingest a copious volume of liquid courage can be advantageous to improve your combat attributes. This isn't advisable for mages, however, who will need to keep their intelligence attribute high. As Tharn enters the palace gates, inebriated or not, Jagar has one last message for him.
Be not fooled by what you would call success in your journey across the Empire, for you have never faced a being as powerful as I. Your death shall be slow and torturous.
He isn't lying either. Once we reach the 4th floor, our encounter with the strongest enemy in the game is imminent. Standing on an island in the middle of the chamber is Jagar Tharn, ready to fight us. The island is surrounded by lava and bare of any cover Tharn can use to avoid Tharn's powerful magic. Peterson worked as a designer below VJ, and as such, not every one of Peterson's ideas made it into the game. In one instance, we can be thankful that that was the case.
At the very end, you reach the center of the arena with big bosses, and it was a giant albino walrus. I've always thought walruses were scary. I mean, they're basically like slugs with tusks. That's weird and creepy and everything to me. Apparently, I'm in a minority that a lot of people think they're just goofy.
Beside Tharn is our objective, the Jewel of Fire that contains his life force and the power to release the Emperor. It is kept behind a magically locked cage, and the mithril key needed to open it is stored in the northwest of the island. If you have the skeleton key, you can bust open the door and activate the jewel to finish the game immediately. Without that artifact, you can instead try to dodge the many silent spells thrown in your direction and use a spell to open the door. A warrior can try to smash the door open with their weapon, but this slower method will leave you vulnerable to Tharn's devastating attacks. If bypassing Jwlar isn't your style, you can, like me, choose to go toe-to-toe with the man who has forced us to go through this journey of torment. Despite how foolhardy it may seem, he can be defeated. He has 500 hit points, can see you if you cast invisibility, and is able to easily silence spellcasters from using their magic, as well as easily paralyze the player from a distance. This is the one area where a warrior is stronger than a mage. Closing the distance on Tharn will force him to switch to melee, where he can only swing his feeble staff. While he cannot technically be killed in combat, as he will cast a protective shield around himself and disappear before he reaches 0 health points, for all intents and purposes, this does count as defeating him. As he teleports away, behind him he will leave the mithril key we need, as it is only by touching the jewel that he can be truly destroyed. It may not be necessary, but this battle was a cathartic experience.
3D cutscene? No? Crash instead? I think we might have crashed. There you go. 3D cutscene.
You must not! The jewel holds my life force! Thou art truly a child of the Empire. I thank thee for thy assistance. I have a particular idea as to the question of your service in mind. From this day forth, thou art named the Eternal Champion. From thy hand shall be dealt the needs of the Empire. I, Uriel Septim, true Emperor of Tamriel, do decree and thus make law. Arise, my champion, and take thy rightful place at my side.
With Tharn, Wicked Witch of the West style, dissolved into a puddle, and the Emperor declaring Tharn as the Eternal Champion, we have a happy ending for a declining empire. The Septim Empire was seriously harmed during the Usurper's reign. Jwlar Tharn's neglect and mismanagement of imperial affairs was later attributed to be the root cause of the notable decline in the empire's economic prosperity during his 10-year reign. Amusingly, little is known of just what Jwlar sought to accomplish during this time, other than power. He wasn't suited to be emperor whatsoever. He never tried to replace the lineage either. When Tharn passed of old age, a Septim would rise to the throne again. Tharn is later attributed to helping Mehrunes Dagon, especially in handing over the Battle Spire to the Daedric Prince. Thus, he may have helped Dagon to invade Tamriel earlier than he did during the Oblivion Crisis. That still doesn't help Tharn though. He can't be an emperor of a fallen empire, and it's not clear what was in it for him. Normally, Elder Scrolls lore would try to fill in these gaps with extensive lore books in later games, but Tharn had gotten the short end of the stick. Kirkbride was planning to bring him back for Oblivion. Early drafts of the story for that game have a cult that worships Tharn and Mehrunes Dagon working together to start the Oblivion Crisis, similarly to Mancog Cameron and the Mythic Dawn. That was all reworked and cut of course, leaving Tharn's legacy to stay as it was in Arena, without a clear goal past the desires of one man to sit on the Ruby Throne. As far as endings go, it isn't very satisfying. This is a dungeon crawler however, and for many of these games the satisfaction is being able to say you beat the game, not whatever cutscene plays at the end. As mentioned earlier, the CD-ROM version omits General Warhaft from this cutscene, leaving it unexplained whether or not he was saved along with the Emperor after Tharn was defeated. He was rescued in the floppy disk version, where he also congratulates the player for their efforts. After this game, the only mention made of him is that he's written 2 books, which he may have written before his capture. They aren't worth reading as far as lore books go, being entirely pragmatic and only giving an insight into the armaments of the Imperial Legion within the Third Era. Repetitious, linear, tedious. These aren't what you want to hear in regards to a grand RPG storyline. Having said that, it works within the confines Arena has, being a dungeon crawler first and open-ended open-world RPG very much second. Simple fixes could have greatly improved the story to hold up better to modern day. 1. Diversify the quest layouts. No more stone tablets or lost maps, and more like the Black Gate quest. Even having a town-based quest like some of the noble quests where the Eternal Champion must travel to another city while being ambushed by Tharn's minions along the way would have helped to split the monotony of heading to a mini-dungeon just to unlock the big one. And 2. Don't make the game linear. Rely on level-based monster spawning as is used in the random dungeons to allow the player to visit a dungeon in any order they like, similar to the modern Zelda games. Like with Zelda, you can railroad the player down the first 2 or 3 dungeons to let them get used to the gameplay loop, but then open up the main quest to let them visit any province they want to chase a staff piece. With these 2 fixes, the plot could play out the same way without the tedium of receiving a dream, completing a dungeon quest, going to another dungeon, grabbing the staff piece, talking to Daggerfall, and then repeating it all over again. A plague that still infects some modern RPGs to this day is the reward that comes with completing this grand mission. We are named the Eternal Champion, and nothing else happens. We defeated Daggerfall, rescued the Emperor, and saved all of Tamriel from a tyrannical ruler. Yet people will continue to treat you like a nuisance when you try to talk to them. There is no concept of fame or thanks for what we did. Due to Arena's shallowness, there isn't any reason to continue playing after this point, except for extrinsic goals such as finding all of the artifacts. Not to mention that by the 5th dungeon you will have close to the best gear in the game, leaving you grinding to the end due to one of the core aspects of a dungeon crawler being the search for and acquisition of loot, now being needless. These issues weren't unknown to the developers, and the reviewers were quick to mention them too. The plot seems rather shallow compared to games like Betrayal at Krondor or Ultima 7, and could never stand alone as a story. This is Arena's saving grace, in that it doesn't rely on the story alone to sell itself to the player. The side quests and multiple classes offer a few hours of gameplay to the curious gamer without them having to invest into this lacking story. If anything, the story is just an end goal for those that fell in love with Arena's gameplay. That has become the case with later Elder Scrolls games too, despite Bethesda's attempts to add urgency to their plotlines. Daggerfall's less linear, better written and far more intriguing main story was a reaction to Arena, where Peterson was given time to explore the lore and invent a plotline worthy of the player's efforts. As it is, only the most hardcore of Elder Scrolls fans will want to accomplish the deed of completing Arena today. Arena hasn't aged well, and without a completed engine conversion such as Daggerfall Unity, we are stuck to emulating the game with DOSBox. The future may be here soon, with an open source engine conversion being developed, aptly named OpenTES Arena. The GitHub looks promising, as does the dedicated YouTube channel, showcasing each leap in development. Currently in alpha, the engine is playable, but is only a demo of what to expect in the future. There is no actual gameplay yet. All locations and interiors are accessible though. The controls have been fully modernized, and this isn't just a remap. As with DF Unity, they feel fluid and responsive. NPCs are wandering the city streets and the wilderness, but cannot be interacted with yet. Fast travel is working, and the player can visit any settlement or dungeon they want. The character creator works too, except that the character questions and player attributes aren't implemented, but you won't be needing these anyway. In time, we will hopefully see this project come to fruition, with the Elder Scrolls community able to experience Arena in a way that is more forgiving to the modern gamer. Not to mention that as an open source engine, the possibility for modding is opened up. Alas, for now, OpenTES Arena is a pleasant insight into the future that only has its use for playtesting. Being stuck with DOSBox doesn't mean we are completely barred from modding. I mentioned earlier the key remapper to change the archaic control scheme to the WASD we all know and love. There are more mods that can change Arena to be a tiny bit updated from the true 1994 experience. Just don't get your hopes up. Clean UI implements a clearer user interface inspired by Skyrim's sterile black and white menus. Whether this is an upgrade is up to the user. It removes a lot of the classic aesthetic in my opinion. It may be useful for those who like more emphasis to be placed on the game window without being distracted by what's below, yet it scrubs the game of its 90s CRPG authenticity too much for my liking. Divine Intervention is an admirable attempt to implement a form of recall into the game, hence the reference to the Morrowind spell. It's an external save editor that must be opened outside of the game to teleport the player away from peril and into a safe zone. Because of its workaround nature, it requires the player to save the game in their dangerous situation, exit out of DOSBox, use the Divine Intervention program, and then reload back into Arena for it to work. Personally, this is a very clunky method that ruins immersion. I would instead advise a new player to follow the classic CRPG tenet of saving often so they can retry their luck in those difficult areas or avoid them. Still, it's a valiant effort that has its use for some, I'm sure. Eye of Nocturnal is a purely graphical modification that increases the draw distance of the game. Indeed, before Daggerfall Unity, a similar mod was once recommended for Daggerfall. It's not a dramatic difference, but it is a welcome upgrade. Beware, however, that this is known to cause slowdown on some machines in certain areas of the game. It isn't necessary, Arena's draw distance is already further than Morrowind's, but I will admit the wilderness is a touch nicer to explore with it. Skyrim's sounds and some new music does as it says, replacing a few of the sound effects and some of the exploration and city soundtracks with those from that 5th game. My points from the Clean UI mod remain here. Why remove what makes Arena, Arena? If you want to play Skyrim, then you can do so. Better lighting brightens some of the overly dark areas, mostly in the dungeons, while retaining the eerie aesthetic. This is more personal preference for the individual player, although I will mention that the darkness is a gameplay choice. Mages can cast spells to improve visibility in these areas. I accept that forcing warriors and thieves to find or purchase enchanted items to achieve the same result is a bit unfair though, so this mod can help facilitate those builds, even if I never saw the need for it myself. And we end on TES Arena Remapped, which is the only essential requirement in my opinion. There are a lot more mods for Arena on the Nexus, but I felt they weren't all noteworthy for this video. You can find them yourself using the Nexus link in the description if you are interested. Outside of mods, you can marginally alter your DOSBox experience by adjusting the .ini file. This can be done with all DOSBox versions, including the recent Steam release. Changing the core speed of the emulation can help to marginally smooth out the low frame rate issues I highlighted, and you can adjust the scaling and output methods to alter graphical fidelity for your own personal preference, or modify the sound card settings to change the instrumentation used for the MIDI tracks. All of these, however, come with their own drawbacks. Changing the core speed makes the entire game run faster. Moving will feel more fluid, but the speed of combat can make an already difficult game almost impossible. Fixing the core cycles to 20,000 produces the most authentic experience, and anything above 40,000 I found to be too fast, so a happy medium between the two is best. With the graphical changes, some will prefer to keep hard pixels while others may want to adopt a smoother appearance. It's all subjective. I prefer to use normal 3 times, which renders the game window at double resolution, staying faithful to the original's aesthetic while filling a modern high resolution display. Altering the MIDI instrumentation means that the tracks are no longer authentic to what Eric Heberling authored. As a result, some of the music, especially the dungeon ambience tracks, sound more awkward or may not play at all. My belief is that this option is best left as the default your installation came with. Graphically, Arena is what it is, a 1994 game with Doom-style graphics, albeit not inspired by that game, which were fitting for its time. It wasn't the best looking, but as the reviews mentioned, it still had some impressive tech. 1994 was 1994. and today, this is old. Old doesn't mean bad. Aesthetically, Arena has a strong art style, that being generic fantasy, as with much of the other CRPGs from the time. It wouldn't be until Morrowind that the Elder Scrolls began developing a unique art style, and even then, much of Tamriel is still the generic fantasy that Arena established. Objectively analysing outdated graphics leaves a conundrum. What counts as bad graphics? Do you go by what was bad for the time? Then in that case, Arena has good graphics, as all the reviews made a point of saying. But if I told a 13-year-old that these were good graphics, they would laugh. In that case, objectivity itself can age. What was objectively good in 1994 is not objectively good in the current year. If we go by art style, objectivity goes out of the window to a degree, as art itself is subjective. Is generic fantasy a good art style? Well, yeah, it wouldn't become generic if people didn't copy it ad nauseum due to how iconic it is. It isn't unique, we can say that confidently. That said, many elements in Arena do stand out as being bad because of how awkwardly they have been implemented. The Chrome Knights, bizarre iron golems, scanned images surrounded by hand-drawn imagery. It's very inconsistent. On a whole, it's fine with these few exceptions. Instead of arguing what counts as bad graphics, it's easier to argue on the age of the graphics, and that is that Arena is retro. If a game were to release today looking like Arena, it would be called retro-styled rather than bad. Although, on the other hand, had Arena been released today, it would still struggle against those modern retro games due to its low resolution and poor frame rate. I discussed the music and sounds back in the Ambience section, and again, these are old, but not bad. Classic ad-lib chiptune style music and effects you would expect from the time period. The areas where age has become a problem is again in the implementation. Sound effects often have an annoying clicking sound before or after them, and as I mentioned before, only one effect can play at a time, having a minor effect on gameplay. An engine rewrite will hopefully rectify these technological woes. For now, Arena's graphical and sound presentation is what will hold it back for a long time, I'm sure. A lot of us gamers accustomed to retro games won't have too many issues, but more modern gamers might. The Elder Scrolls Chapter 1 Arena's legacy on the world of gaming is obvious. Without it, the Elder Scrolls wouldn't exist, nor would the genre of open-world grand 3D first-person RPGs that this series helped make popular. Okay, it may still have existed, but not as we know it. Without the Elder Scrolls, it isn't crazy to say that the gaming landscape as we know it would be different, with a titan of the industry missing from the lineup. Needless to say, it was the later, more successful games from Morrowind onwards that really popped the series on the map of the average gamer. It's good to know though that the original devs were excited to see where the series was going after they had moved on from Bethesda. Ted Peterson, in regards to Morrowind back in a 2001 interview, said, "I enjoy hearing about how the world of Tamriel keeps evolving, becoming more and more distinctive. The screenshots and concept drawings are wild, a huge change from the simple oldie English or Arabic styles in Daggerfall. I'm not very creative when it comes to architecture, certainly in comparison. The vocabulary is becoming more exotic too. Everyone's calling Dark Elves Dunmer and Dwarves Dwemer. It's fun from the point of view of someone who thinks of himself as one of the parents of the TES games to see how the kid is doing while you're away." Julian LeFay spoke of how he and Todd Howard, who became the new lead of the series after LeFay left, had very different perspectives on how to build the perfect computer RPG. He claimed that the biggest difference between himself and Todd with game design is that Todd is all about scripting things out, setting up stories and railroading players down the path he wants them to follow, whereas LeFay was all about pushing for endless possibilities. In reference to tabletop gaming, he wanted to be the perfect dungeon master, the one who will change the adventure based on the player's choices. Todd instead is closer to a conventional bad DM, who forces the player to follow what he has planned out before the session. In spite of this, LaFay does admit that clearly Todd's method is what gamers wanted, and what was best for the series and for Bethesda as a business. LaFay's influence goes further than just the 3 games he helped make for the series too. He helped hire Bruce Nesmith and Ken Ralston from the TTRPG world to come work on Morrowind. He praised Ralston's game design in particular, admitting that he has a lot of respect for the tabletop designers, especially as they came to Bethesda with a much more mature and rigid idea on how to create games, compared to the young, inexperienced and overambitious teams that worked on Arena and Daggerfall. And then there's the unsung hero, Vijay Lakshman, who is sadly often forgotten about when speaking of the history of the Elder Scrolls. Without him, the game design behind Arena of dungeons surrounded by a sprawling, massive overworld may never have happened. It was from his and LaFay's aspirations and enthusiasm for fantasy and role-playing that birthed the series we love so much. If you can stomach mid-90s PC graphics, then I can give a middling recommendation to give Arena a shot. While crude by today's standards, it is kinda astonishing that a role-playing game of its magnitude and ambition came around during the era of the Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis. Despite that, Arena today is a curiosity, reserved mostly for the hardcore of classic RPG and Elder Scrolls fans alike. If you're a collector, then good luck. The limited original sales and now massive fame of the series has caused Arena as a physical product to balloon up to astronomical prices. I'd like to conclude this analysis and retrospective with an excerpt from 1994's issue 118 of Computer Gaming World, which I think offers a nice glimpse into how, even back then, some could see the possibilities within this series. Overall, Arena is a game of amazing detail, with spurts of brilliance that can be lost in its huge scope. The game is impressive as a first effort. Most of the pieces of a good CRPG are there. What is needed now is tightening of the code, a little polishing up of the basic engine, a little scaling back on size, and the inclusion of some real role-playing elements with a solid storyline. These are well within Bethesda's abilities, and their addition to future products would make the Elder Scrolls a dynamite series. After the Daggerfall analysis, I never thought I could make a video as large as that again, but here we are. I hope you noticed the improvements made over the last year in terms of writing and structure. It really has been my main priority. Well over 1,000 hours of work and passion has been poured into this video, from playing the game, taking notes, researching, writing, recording, editing, and more. The script was written as a true essay. You can read this essay in its entirety by using the link in the description. At nearly 50,000 words, Google Docs even struggles to scroll through it at times. If you would like to fact check me or peruse the many sources I have gathered, you can do so there. I would like to thank those within the Discord community and to all of you watching for your kind and supportive comments that spur me on to create better and longer videos for you. Now that we are in 2023, the Jwlar channel will be going from strength to strength, with a keen focus on quality over quantity. Videos will be as high quality as they can be, which means even more epically sized retrospectives covering games from Battlespire to Diablo and beyond. In no particular order, additional gratitude goes to Mickey D, I Finished the Video Game, and the guys over at Wayward Realms. As always, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.